Good morning. Would like to call the meeting to order. Hello. Hello. Sasa Helen. Very good. Karibu sana. So, welcome to the first meeting for the alumni. Like we said, this is your meeting, but before we start, we would like to start with a word of prayer, both representing the Muslim community and the Christian community. Any volunteers in the house? Online team, are we together? Mr. Brian?
Good morning.
Yes, we are.
All right. Meanwhile, the guys who are on the physical meeting or the in-person meeting, could we just write our names so that we know who is sitting next to ourselves? Please write our names with that paper. I'm sure we have done this before. So you just write your name and you put it in front of you so that we are able to know each other. Very good. Online team, online. VP, how are you guys?
We are fine.
Very good. Am I loud and clear? Can you hear me?
Perfectly.
Excellent.
Yes, you're loud and clear.
Wonderful. Sawa sawa. So let us write our names. And as we do that, we would like a volunteer to lead us in a word of prayer, both one from the Muslim community and the other one from a Christian community. Very good. Please use the microphone next to you.
Good morning, everybody. Let's pray. Bismillahir Rahmanir Rahim. Alhamdulillahi Rabbil Alameen. Ar-Rahmanir Rahim. Maliki Yawmiddin. Iyyaka na'budu wa iyyaka nasta'in. Ihdina siratal mustaqim. Siratal ladzina an'amta 'alaihim ghairil maghdubi 'alaihim waladdallin. Amin.
Christian community, Christian volunteer. Someone from the online?
Let's pray. Father, in Jesus' name, we thank you this wonderful morning. It's a bright and beautiful day that you've allowed us to meet. We thank you that over time you have allowed us to collaborate and restore relationships. We pray as we begin this meeting that, Lord, you're going to be with us, give us wisdom, grant us your peace and your grace, your understanding. Let your wisdom reign in our conversations. And we thank you, Lord, for the organization. And we seek that we may learn from each other. And we will do this in Jesus' name. Amen.
Amen. Amen. Thank you very much, Wangari, Maina. Truly appreciated for that. Brian, are we able to watch the video? Kathleen, karibu sana. Brian, could we play the video? Okay. Well, the video we're about to watch is about one of our. Okay. Are we ready? So the video we're about to watch is about one of our delegates who's been able to go through the whole process. Alikuwa accredited, and right now she's earning from a Cotton Expedition Secretariat. And this is basically to just set pace for us to know where we are supposed to be going. She's been there, she has done it. Then we can see what are the challenges that we're going through and how do we achieve goals like what she has done. Do we have challenges? Turudie video baadaye. Okay, sawa sawa. That we will do later. So for now, we would like to know each other. Let's introduce Excuse me. We start there. Okay. Sawa. Let's start from you, sir. And let us know who you are and where you're from. That is extremely important. Please let us use our microphones.
Thank you so much. My name is Mahinya William. I come from Siaya County. Thank you.
Sana. Mahinya is from Siaya, all the way. Very good, all the way from Siaya. And yes, makofi yake. Very good.
Yes, good morning. My name is Festus from Nairobi.
First up, Nairobi, makofi. Please give us a little bit of your background so that we know who we are sitting next to, what you do, how you ended up in that, decided to be a mediator.
Okay. So, as I said, that my name is Festus. Or we can start from here.
Okay, yes.
Thank you so much for giving me a second chance. I have said my name is Mahinya William. Basically, I had informed you that I'm a retired principal. I retired last year. That one tells you that I'm now 60 and going on. Another thing is that I found a lot of time on my hands, and I decided to find out something that I can do to my community. And up to this particular moment, I am happy that I went through this training, because so far I have so many clients with very petty issues, and we are sorting out in my community. Thank you so much.
Been able to add from mediation.
Mediation, we have a case which is ongoing in the Sia law courts. It's a land case. We had introduced and we had solved it almost halfway. It's coming up on 8th, and I'm sure we are going to conclude that one. Thank you.
Very sawa. Makofi yake. Good. So yes, just like you, progress.
Okay. As I said, I'm Festus. I work for Kenya Airways. My progress so far, I entered mentorship this week. So I have not started, but they are still sending us cases. What I liked about mediation is I collaborate. Apart from what I do, I still work as a peer counselor in our workplace. So it's been my passion to enter into mediation. Thank you very much.
Excellent. Sawa. Makofi yake. Good.
Good morning, everyone. My name is James Gishanga. During our training, I was one of the students online. I'm from Kajiado County. I'm a French language consultant. I'm a trainer of trainers and a professional photographer. So my background in terms of interest for mediation is, I think I shared this with the group when we had our training, is I had one of a particular case where we were training French teachers from Somalia, and knowing the background of their wars back home, actually had the factions in the classroom. And so it took us a couple of days to bring them together and then make them understand that the training has nothing to do with the politics, but they were there to gather information. At the end of the day, we managed to have the training for 3 weeks instead of the 2 designated weeks. And they ended up being very good friends when they left. So that was one of the reasons why I found it very necessary to have the mediation, because in many cases we have those disparities in terms of relations everywhere, whether it's family, friends, neighbors, or people that you do not know. We have conflicts everywhere.
Good.
Thank you.
Asante sana James. Makofi yake. Very good.
Good morning. My name is Judy Njoroge. I wear many hats. I'm a psychologist. I'm a coach as well. I'm a marketer. I'm an accountant. And most recently, now a CPM. I was drawn to mediation because if you look around, there's conflict everywhere, obviously. And not even necessarily outside, even our homes. Even our homes, there is conflict. And I'm guided by one of my favorite saints is St. Francis of Assisi, whose favorite prayer is, Lord, make me an instrument of peace. After the training we had, because we only trained last month actually, I've had experience. I mean, I've had exposure under mentorship, and vitu kwa ground and class are very different. You know, when you have an actual case, actually parties which are having a dispute, it's not ABCD. We've had cases where we had partial settlement, partial agreement, and there's one where one party did not want to get into mediation. But all that is, I'm honing my skills, but I'm also using it within family, within friends, always trying to resolve disputes between people. I also sit in I'm a Catholic, I sit in the Committee of Justice and Peace. So I'm using those skills and I'm working to hone my skills to be able to bring peace and to be able to bring parties together. And it's so interesting to see the outcome of mediation is obviously much better than when people go for litigation, because not only are you resolving a conflict, but you're also bringing people together. And I think in our spaces, we must always endeavor to try and bring people together. I mean, we see it in our families, we must always work to bring people together in whichever way we can. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I'm Mohammed Bashir Douale, and professionally, I'm a peace practitioner, that is peace and conflict analysis. I'm also a paralegal from the Kenya School of Law. So I'm both a litigant and a mediator. So, and since I finished, I tried to mediate cases, and literally they were more of community mediation. And to be sincere, I also agree with what Madam Judy said. In class, na kwa ground vitu ni different. So, but I thank Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala because anything we learn, He is the one who guides us and gives us directives. And all those cases that I have encountered since I finished, all of them, we never went to Batna, but we did Mlatna, whereby it was partial agreement. So, and I thank to be today part of this session to actually network with fellow mediators so that we can work together and achieve mutual benefit from one another. Thank you.
Makofi. Good.
Hamjambo tena. Kwa majina mimi ni Mohamed Adan Osman. Pia naitwa Mohamed Meru kwa sababu nasungumsanga Kimeru. I was among the first pioneers of trainers who have been trained in this same compound, and I have not gone for a court annex mediator. I'm just practicing privately. I come from Sli Business District Association as their CEO, where there is a lot of community conflicts in relation to land and commerce. So I have done a number of proponents, but still the challenges are there, and we shall learn together so that at least we help each other to solve the individual challenges that we face. Thank you very much.
Excellent. Makofi. Very good.
Okay, good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
My name is Frecia Langat. I am the newest CPM in town. I just graduated yesterday. I'm a social worker by profession, working with Koinonia community. The reason why I decided to take this course, it's because I work with families, communities, and disputes are there. So I thought, how can I be able to solve them amicably if I don't have the skills? So that's why I'm here. And I know our fellow CPM, they have said mambo kwa ground is different. So I thought even today I needed to come just to interact with my fellow CPM, because we are looking forward for your mentorship. Thank you.
Makofi. Good. Next.
Good morning. My name is Christine. I graduated yesterday, so I'm also a newbie I'm a newbie CPM. I'm a health. Fine. So I'm a healthcare worker in Kiambu County. So I directly work with communities. So I've experienced a lot of strife in the communities. And so I sought something else besides giving our patients the healthcare they need. What else can you do for them? And that is what pushed me to come here. Thank you.
All right. Makofi yake. All right. Let's go.
Hi, good morning.
Morning.
My name is Sablowange. It's a difficult name for you. I am Ethiopian, so I live in Nairobi. Professionally, I was a lawyer in Ethiopia, but here I am a student now. So good to see you.
You're a student.
Public international law student.
International law school. Sawa sawa. Makofi yake. Very good.
Good morning.
Good morning.
I'm Joan Magero. I'm a veterinary surgeon. I'm quite a diverse kind of profession to be a mediator. I'm a senior citizen, and so when I left the service, I used to work for the national government. When I left the service, I had quite a lot of time, and I realized that I needed to give something back to the community, because in my work, I dealt a lot with the communities. You know, veterinary, you start from the ground as you move up. So I wanted something that I could continue assisting the communities. And so I joined the mediation team, and I did the course last year. Unfortunately, I've not been able to do much, maybe because in between, I think I was called back to do some work I was appointed in a board. So I've not really continued much, but I've had one experience, and I hope that we'll be able to get to some conclusion in that one experience. So I'm happy to be here. I've always been online, and so when this came up this time and I was around Nairobi, I said, let me do it physically. So I'm happy to be here, and I'm glad to see some of the faces that I've just been hearing the names of their names online. So I'm from Koru. Koru is near Muhoroni, and that's where I stay, but I occasionally, and most of the times I'm in Nairobi. So thank you very much.
A coffee. Very good.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Sorry, I'm late. My name is Catherine Kariuki. I work for the national government, OP. So I developed interest in peace and conflict resolution when I started doing my MA, and that's why I did the mediation course. We are the guys who graduated on that first March. So hatujatumia our skills so much, but we look forward into utilizing them very soon.
Excellent. Makofi. Wonderful.
Okay. Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
Yes, I am Jean Jerry. I am a teacher by profession, but I retired in 2001. I opted to leave teaching and join farming. Currently, I'm a large-scale farmer. I work with the CUC Runyenjes Rockets, and this is where I found about the mediation. They requested me to do mediation so that we can be able to assist one another in Runyenjes Rockets, because there are a lot of land cases, family issues are so many, and I was doing it before, but I was just doing it casually. But now I will be doing it, now that I am a CBM, I will be doing it professionally.
Very good. Santi, makofi. Yes.
Yeah, good morning. My name is Anthony Mwangi, and I'm an advocate with the High Court. But I also pride my trade in the insurance industry. So we have so many cases that are in our raw courts, especially from an insurance point of view. And I thought it was, I also happen to be the current chair of all the insurance brokers of Kenya. So give me an insight of what is really happening in our courts and the other many cases that we are handling. And it was only natural that I try, as we litigate, we also try and bring communities together. And some of those cases, some of them are very, very minor. They can actually be handled without a lot of trouble. So since my training, I think a year ago or so, I have quite a bit of clientele now that we are handling their mediations. Even with the insurance companies, you find that either somebody had a small, they didn't comply with the policies entirely, but we have been able to bring a lot of those parties together. I agree, on the ground, things are a little bit different when you try and bring people together, particularly if there are bigger groups, large cases. But largely, the most important thing, and I think for me, the biggest benefit now I've found is for people who in a family, even if they don't agree necessarily 100%, they were never talking before, they can now sit down and even start looking for solutions themselves. So it's a complete different thing from what we go in courts where we tear each other. So I think it's something that I'm enjoying even as we go to court. Thank you.
Very good. Makofi. Excellent.
Hello.
Yes.
I'm Salome Awurokot. I am a gender specialist, and I graduated in the October class. One thing that pushed me to take the mediation course basically was I have worked in different parts with women and girls and communities in humanitarian work before I did this course. And you find that most humanitarian issues start from simple conflicts that can be solved through mediation. But because mediation has not been exercised, that is why we turn into having bigger global problems that would have been solved by simply people sitting, talking, and negotiating. So that is what pushed me to do this course. I've not been able to practice more because I was not around after the training. But I think the knowledge that I got from the training has been very useful also in my work. Currently, I work with the Trust Fund for Victims, and we are working with issues of survivors of humanitarian issues and conflicts in Uganda and in other parts of the country. And I think we've been looking at how mediation and integration in the community is going to really help. Thank you.
Very good. Makofi. Right. Next one.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
Rose Waringa or Rosila Waringa. Born in Siaya, living in Kisumu County. I'm a social worker and a professional counselor, and also a trainer. Currently, I'm working in the community-based organization called Precious Tears Initiative that is working with young girls, adolescent girls, and young women. Our main interest is to give them hope and let them also still pursue their dreams regardless of the challenges they are facing in the community. What made me come for mediation is that as a counselor, there are cases I do counsel, but I also serve in a number of school boards and more in the disciplinary committee. I serve in Siaya County Education Board, and there are a number of cases that sometimes you look at them and you realize it needs mediation. It may not need the way we handle them. As I do my work in mentorship with young girls in high schools, I've also come to the realization that there are small family conflicts that have separated the parents, and it continues to eat in the children as they learn in school. And in the disciplinary board, sometimes it makes like a block assumption that the indisciplined students are coming from dysfunctional families. This is what I'm standing for, that it is something that can be addressed, and not that all children brought by single mothers or single fathers are the indisciplined in the society. And so that made me now want to do mediation so that from the teaching point of view, we convince the teachers not to look at students from one eye of dysfunctional family, but give everyone a chance to pursue their dreams in life without stigmatization. I graduated in the last month class. I've not practiced because by the time I finished, I had a team of visitors that I was handling. Part of me, I'm a Rotarian. I'm also serving as assistant district governor in Rotary Club. There again, I've realized there are a lot of conflicts between communities, clubs, especially when grants come in. And I still feel that my skills in mediation would be very useful for my district to be able to mediate in between different teams that have misunderstanding. Thank you.
Asante sana. Makofi.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
My name is Helen Gura. I'm a banker by profession. What we call seasoned bankers. I've worked in the banking industry for a very long time. I went to mediation mainly because of the conflicts that are within families and communities. And mainly because of my own family and the conflicts I saw there, especially when it comes to succession issues. Anyone who comes from my area, I come from Nanyuki, born and bred in Nanyuki, but I live in Nairobi. If you come from Central, you will realize that we have very, very many cases on succession. And it goes very bad because we have people even killing each other. Families don't talk to each other because of succession issues. So that was my main motivator. Another one is I saw an opportunity because in the banking sector, there are so many cases, clients, staff with the employer, and we have over 8,000 cases in court, no, 800,000 cases in court based on banking institutions alone. So for me, it's an opportunity and a business opportunity for me. And that's how I landed into mediation. Since I trained in December with Peace and Mediation Africa, I started my mentorship immediately with some of the trainers that were training here. I also enrolled in a mentorship program with Kilimani Mediation Center, where we are actually handling court-annexed cases. And I'll tell you, of course, kwa ground ni different, but we are doing well. And thank you for this session. We are really grateful for this opportunity.
Excellent. Makofi.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
My name is Archie Archie's from Egypt, even though I'm Kenyan. I live and work in Cairo. I'm from Koru. I heard somebody from Koru. That's where home is. Yeah, former waziri in Kisumu for tourism, culture, and sports. I'm an expat, and I have been for 20 years, different countries. I trained in June with Liki. I was one of the vocal ones in that class. It was a fantastic class. I like mediation. Why? I guess when I was a waziri, I could see, you know, you're with the public every day, and you could see the turmoil, the chaos among sportsmen, sportswomen, sports federations, et cetera, amongst the beach management units who are involved with the Lake Victoria space, and just in the cultural space. I was looking after culture, so cultural conflicts amongst clans. I thought that if you're Luo, you're just Luo and we're all good. No, then there's clans and then there's sub-clans. And during that time, I found that a lot of my job was mediating, but I didn't know that that's what I was doing. I thought I was guiding and nurturing, but it wasn't structured. It was effective, but not structured. So that's why I joined this. When I saw it online, I was excited about it. I had a fantastic training week with the peace and mediation. And then when I'm in Cairo, I went to their mediation center, and they said I have to be accredited by my government, the courts in Kenya, before I can work there too. Since June, I've been frustrated by, and it's not just me, we're frustrated by, we paid the money, we did the training, we loved it, we can see the gap. But the pro bono work that we had to do, that was how you left us when we finished our training, that we go out to the chiefs or to the police stations and get cases and, you know, try and get pro bono cases. I will tell you that government is government. They will not let you in. They don't want to know. They don't really know about mediation anyway. So when you rang me the other day to say, please show up, I was happy about it because I want to know how are others doing it? Because I'm feeling some sort of way that, you know, 6 months on, really, I can't get a case, and I'm a fairly articulate young lady. So yeah, very excited to be here. Thank you that you're all here. I've heard about the Kilimani Mediation Center. Now that we're here for networking too. So yes, I see that. So yeah, the long and the short is, even from my cohort, the issue is we did the training, but the system outside is not ready to receive us as strangers coming to say we want to mediate cases. So even in, I went to my shags in Koru for other stuff, and then I went to see the chief, who I used to be his boss, sort of, and he's like, but Waziri, you can't. We can't give you any case. Who are you? You know? So we just want to see how we can do it so that we can impact this space.
Excellent.
Thank you.
Makofi.
University of Eastern Africa at the Center for Social Justice and Ethics to study a course Justice and Peace. I am Madam Jundi in the yes, so it's a course that you study conflict transformation, community engagement, human rights, and advocacy. Then I graduated in 2021, and I wanted now to practice, but I didn't know. I was looking out to how I can enhance my knowledge. So I caught up with Duarte. We started engaging, but I wasn't still sure how I would use my course in mediation. So it took up to last year, October, for me to join the class. After graduating, right now I'm working with an organization that's in advocacy. And when people hear advocacy, they look at it as an advocate, but advocacy is communicating the needs of those who cannot communicate. It's mediating because I'm working with children living with disabilities. So you can imagine someone has to mediate on their behalf. So it's a way of practicing what I've done. Yes, so thank you. I'm from Meru, but living in Nairobi.
Makofi. Very good.
All right. Good morning.
Morning.
My name is Pauline Kaka from Kajiado County. And how did I get to know about this class? Well, I graduated in March last year, and it's through AG Ivanderi. And I think when I was with her in Ethiopia during a Rotary conference, I spoke to her and I told her she needs to get in touch with you again. And why mediation? Currently, I'm in the financial space, and you realize there's so many conflicts. And apart from that, Kajiado, where I've been born and bred, I don't know where we changed as the map people, because nowadays you see when someone comes to buy property, we now want to start moving the beacons back and forth. And like she says, going to the chiefs, right now it's a bit tough because the chiefs I have seen there don't want you to touch on the land issues, but they want you to deal with the chicken that was stolen from the neighbors and, you know, that pettiness. But we're grateful. We went with mediator Nancy Wanjiro. Yes, and Nyoike, mediator Nyoike, and we did a case in Kajiado courts. And we got into a partial agreement. So I'm back again, and now I was telling Anna, I think I need to be more serious. It's been a while, but I need to be more serious. Maybe one thing you'd really need to help us, Liki, is create those opportunities for us through also the trainers, just create those opportunities for us. And also having to train the community, like the chiefs, you know, telling them this is now what is happening. People will be coming on board, just accept them and just keep listening to them. Just don't own some few cases. And maybe that's where we also want to learn from. Thank you.
Asante sana. Karibu. We were just introducing ourselves, getting to know who we are and why we're here. Just before we go to online. Makofi. Sorry. Okay. Karibu sana.
Thank you.
Yes, it's on.
Okay. All right. My name is Benson Mwangi. I'm a fresh mediator from yesterday's class. Happy to be here.
All right. So who are you and what do you do? Why did you choose mediation?
Yeah, I'm a resident of Nairobi and I'm a business person. Okay, I repeat my name. Oh, sorry. My name's Benson Mwangi.
Yes.
He is a fresh mediator, graduated yesterday.
Yes.
And I'm happy to be here.
Excellent. Makofi yake. All right, now we jump to online. We'll try to be a bit fast. Let's start with Mutuki someone. Mutunji.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Mtunji Samuel. I'm from Kilifi. I'm a senior citizen. 2 years into, somebody might ask you, who is a senior citizen? But let's forget about that. When I was getting into senior citizenship, I decided to go home and rest. Kufika nyumbani, it wasn't rest. As early as 5, somebody is waking you up. Since they know you are a senior citizen, they think or they have hopes you could help them, or you can help them with small, petty issues. Somebody has an issue with their brother, their sister, their father, their relatives. So you're expected to assist in one way or another. Not once, not twice, not thrice. So when I heard of mediation, I decided no. Wacha nipate elimu kidogo nisongeze mahali. I haven't done much as such. Hivi sasa niko kwa mentorship. I'm happy to be here because as some of wale waliotangulia wameongea, there are challenges into getting into some of these offices. Now, even after that, what happens thereafter? I think from this forum, from this meeting, tutapata njia ya kufuata. Thank you so much.
Asante sana. Makofi. Allow me to skip Kathleen KK. I will be coming back to you. Let's go to Wangare Maina.
Good morning once again. I'm Wangari Maina. I live in Kajiado County and I graduated with the December class 2023 and I'm glad to be here. My interest in mediation stems from the fact that I work within a school setting where we have a lot of conflict with children of all ages, parents, teachers. And so for me, mediation comes in very strongly on that. So I've had a few challenges with my accreditation, but that is because of a situation that I think with KRA that stems from about 10 years ago, which I'm still trying to resolve. But I'm glad to be here and just get to know each other and build on the experience that we have had. Thank you.
Sante Makofi. Very good. Let's go to Mr. What? Is that Mr. Connie? Connie, umeenda wapi? Yes, there. Connie, please introduce yourself. Yes.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
My name is Connie, or Consolata Ogot. I am a lady, not a man. I'm an administrator, a farmer at the same time, and I'm also in real estate. I was inspired to join mediation, referred by my sister, who had done mediation earlier. And I was quite impressed because at that time we were handling a family case. And I'm happy to report that it's been resolved. I think during my mediation class, I was able to share something personal about my parents, and it's been resolved. I didn't know that at that time actually we were doing mediation for them. So I'm quite happy, and right now I'm undergoing mentorship. I think I'm in the same class with Helen and Judy, and indeed things on the ground are different. I'm doing well. Currently, I'm doing well. Yeah, mediation is going on well. I'm not having any problems or challenges. With mediation, with the Kilimani Mediation Center, we're being trained very well. Thank you.
Makofi. Very good. Let's move on to who is next? Yes, Ann Babu.
Good morning. My name is Anne Owos Babu. I live in Nairobi, but at the moment I'm in Kisumu. I've been working in a place where I've not been getting that self-fulfillment. So I believe this is where my heart is with mediation because I love bringing smile. I love bringing peace and making people smile. So I believe I'm just in the right place for me where I can get that self-fulfillment. Thank you.
Asante sana. Makofi yake. Very good. Let's go to Millicent. Wangare Maina, you said something, right? I think
Yes,
Wangare
I have.
said,
Yes, I have.
good. Very good. Let's go to Millicent. Let's try to be fast, a little fast now. Millicent, are you online? Millicent, we cannot see your face and you're muted. Okay. Can we move to Millicent? Very good, Millicent. Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Good morning, everyone.
Good
Can you hear
morning.
me?
Morning.
Yes, we
Good
can hear you.
morning. Okay, I'm Millicent Wangale.
Yes.
I'm from Nyali, working as administrator with the law firm. The reason I'm with mediators, I learned about the mediator with my senior, who is an advocate, and then I joined the peace mediators in October, I graduated in the October class. Thank you.
Asante sana. Makofi yake. Very good. Let's move on to Margaret Cherono. Margaret Cherono. I am Millicent. Please mute. Millicent. I am. Millicent, mute yourself. All right. Margaret Cherono. Margaret Cherono, are you online? Let's move on to Claire. Claire G. Claire G. Namaki. All right. Emmanuel. Emmanuel Were.
Morning, everyone.
Good morning, Emmanuel. Connie, please mute yourself. Continue, Emmanuel.
I'm Emmanuel Were. I come from Busia, Kenya. That's where I was born. I reside currently in Nairobi. And I graduated from the class that graduated in October. I haven't been able to do much in terms of following up in regards to the issues of maybe getting pro bono cases, because I've been out of the county, the Nairobi county. I've been operating from Lodwar for a while. So I've had a few challenges here and there. And when I heard of this, the today's meeting, I really appreciate it, because there are quite a number of challenges and issues that I will maybe, as we continue, I will be able to raise them in regards to the aftermath of training, and maybe even after after training and after accreditation, what happens in the event that maybe a mediator will want to seek more assistance from in regards to the profession, and that brought me to an idea of maybe if we could be having an association, like let's say like mediators, where we have is like more of a fallback plan, where when you have issues, you can come back to the association, be redirected, where the extremes are happening in the team, among the mediators. Balancing can happen through the association and all that. But maybe as we continue the meeting, I really have issues that I wanted us to see if we can address in regards to the issue of an association for mediators.
Right.
It's already there.
Sawa. Connie, please mute yourself. Asante sana. Sonia Bardi, you're supposed to be here. Daisy Kerich, but you're also supposed to be here. But Sonia, please say hello quickly, and Daisy.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Sonia Birti, and unfortunately, I've not been able to come there straight away. I have a bit of a sore throat that I'm trying to take care of. I graduated in the class of last April, and I am happy to say that I was able to address some of the challenges that my colleagues here are talking about. And as soon as I'm obviously making my way down to the venue, and I hope I'll be able to explain to everybody in detail how we can circumvent our challenges and get our accreditations and get more cases. Thank you very much, Mediation Africa. And this association is very much it's highly overdue, because if you don't have a voice, then obviously if you go to achieve by yourself, you're only by yourself. But when you're backed up by an association, you're 10 times more likely that it'll take you seriously. So thank you very much, Mediation Africa.
Asante sana. Makofi. All right. Kerich, are you online? And Kerich, tell us where Kevin is. Daisy? Okay, this is offline. Do we have others? Brian, kuna wengine? That's it. All right, sawa sawa. So I think what we are going to do is we are going straight to the agenda. I left one, Kathleen KK, for a specific reason because she's already accredited and she serves at the Kitunguri locals. Maybe just before she says a word, we could just watch a little video that she did. I got the opportunity to visit her at her workstation. And Brian, please play. Brian, Economa.
After networking na kusakata rumba with international peacemakers from over 30 countries, it was time to catch up with one of our alumni students at a court station.
Wow, unasikiaje?
I am happy. I'm happy to see you and to have you here at Githunguri Law Courts. I have found, by the way, the people in judiciary and mediation offices to be very friendly, and they respect mediators a lot because we are taking off the backlog of the court. I got trained in April, and by the end of August, I had received a case in my email. Wow. I had received a case in my email. I was in shock. Like, how fast can this be?
Tell me about the interview.
Why do I want to become a mediator? I said that I've had cases which have taken very long in the court. One has not even been resolved after maybe 10 years. And I thought, what if I had known about mediation? This would have been settled long time ago.
This personal case?
Yes, a personal case. Labor.
What do you think is your dream with mediation?
My dream is to mediate international cases. Like with the UN, AU. In future, I'm going to be one of those mediators, Kofi Annans, in the future.
And I do believe that this mediation, it is enshrined in the Africa Union's constitution, as well as the United Nations constitution. And therefore, at this point in time, in the whole world, people in Africa, we need the mediators out there.
On a different note.
Yes.
Has your money come back?
My money has come back. If I count the cases I have done, my money is already back. My money is back, yes. Hello, yes.
After networking,
all right. Thank you very much. That was Kathleen KK, and Kathleen KK is with us. She's online. I would be very interested to know how that money came back. Kathleen?
Hello, everyone. Yeah, it's interesting to watch myself. Yeah, because I'm really excited about being a mediator. We actually graduated from the same class with Sonia, so I don't know whether it was something about our class. We just took off and started running last year in April. And I'm actually on my 6th case, court annexed case. 4 closed, and one, I just got one on Wednesday, and then I have actually my very first case is still ongoing because of the other processes, like it was a land case, and the parties need to, they suggested that they need to get a government surveyor. They don't want a private one, and those that might take a while for them to get, they have a date in March, this month. So everything is doable. I don't know where you're stuck right now, but what you need to do, especially those who graduated recently, is to start putting your documents together.
I think our trainers from Mediation Africa, they normally send you that package with all the requirements. You start, getting a folder and putting everything together. The interview, I found that this even needed my primary school certificates. And now I have understood that they need you to be very grounded. Many of you have said that vitu kwa ground need different. Yes, they are. And they are, because you are getting in touch with the parties and real cases, and people who have had disputes for 10 years. But the best thing about mediation is that within maybe 2, 3, 4 sessions, the cases are closed. And to see the happiness and the joy on the faces of the parties is what gives me the kick to, wait for another one. I don't know how it is, but just to inform you also that we have the smaller courts now. They have mediation. I had just filled out, I needed to be in Kiambu. That's where I reside. And my first case was Kiambu Law Courts, and then all the other cases except the one I got on Wednesday. I don't even know how, because it's within Kiambu. I got from Githunguri Law Courts. I feel like a resident there now already, because yeah. So the work is there. We are waiting for you to get accredited. Go ahead and do it. The money came back because, they don't pay you regularly, but if you count each case, quota next is 20K, 2, 3 cases, you have your money back. So it's true. The money will be back before you know it. And I wish you all the best. You can always consult. Yes. Karibuni sana on board.
Excellent. Makofi yake. The reason why we do not have trainers here on this board is to show ourselves that we can, and to motivate ourselves by ourselves. Sindio, or the latecomers who have come, we will give you a chance just shortly. But just before we introduce you, I want to paint a picture of where we are going. Like I said, as we were calling you, this is not our meeting, but it is whose meeting? It is your meeting. It's not ours. The only thing that I'm going to do is I'm going to share with you the dream and the vision of the association. Then from there, we need you to take charge. We need you to take leads. As I was listening, do you know, see, in mediation, we have learned that listening is an art. And sometimes, do you know how many people you have listened to? If I would go back to you and ask you, we can do a sample. Cynthia, do we do a sample test? I ask you, who does what next to you? All right. Mr. Frenchman. Sorry, Mr. James. French. Could you tell me what Pamela Shoro does? We have been listening for close to an hour. I think even Ahmed, Chairman Isili, Nimze, he already decided, hey, I'm not going to wait for this. Akasema tu labda, sindio? Listening is an art. What did you hear? What did you hear about Shoro? Imepotea. Imego. Achi, what did you hear about Miss Lakat? Miss L. Langat? Well, yes, I've been trying to listen to all of you so that yes. What do you remember?
I remember she's from Meru County.
Very good. Yes, she's from Meru County.
She deals with children.
Yes. Excellent. That's you listened. You actually listened.
I was going through my folders.
That is very, very good and very impressive. So the essence of this association is to bring every one of us together and maximize on the opportunities that each one of us has. Yes? We have marketers and great marketers here. We have people who can open doors. It is not my meeting, it is your meeting. And this picture I want to paint to you is, let us look at doctors. Doctors are practicing out there. But for you to be recognized as a doctor in Kenya, you must be acknowledged by the government, right? And at some point, you must work for a government hospital. Is that correct? Sinakuwaga hivyo? So we must acknowledge the fact that we must serve in our courts in one way or another. But then most of these hospitals, they move and they open their own private entities. Sindio, isn't that what they do? They open their own private entities. Now, I want you to picture yourself as Aga Khan or Nairobi Hospital. Sasa, in fact, let us use Nairobi Hospital because it neighbors who? Kenyatta. Sindio? Nairobi Hospital is one of the most popular hospitals we know. And then Kenyatta is our biggest national hospital. But they neighbor, in fact, the difference between Kenyatta and Nairobi is a road in between. Sindio? So what does that inform you? We should be setting up a base directly opposite where? Milimani High Court. Ama, mkubwa, unasemaje? Is that possible? We can set up base right opposite Milimani High Court and ensure that we have that business. It's a trickle down. Ule mwenye anataka kwenda Milimani anaweza enda Milimani. Yule mwenye anaweza taka kukuja for your services anaweza kuja hapo for our private mediation services. Now, Nairobi Hospital did not just start. It was intentional, it was deliberate, and synergies were brought together to ensure that it comes and it works. I was speaking to Honorable Kendagor, the Court Annex Mediation Secretariat, about the number of cases that are coming out and the number of people that you're churning out against. Umenisikia hapo? Nimesema the number of people that, the number of cases that judiciary has. Get the number of cases that judiciary has against the number of people. We didn't even analyze the whole of Kenya, but we just analyze Mediation Africa only. The number of cases that we are of mediators that we're churning out into the market. And you will not believe that we scored an average of 5%. 5%. CC2, you guys that are seated here, how many? 5%. So ukichapa, and that is the number of people per month. Wale wenye wanatoka. So if we graduate 30 people, Court Annex Mediation Secretariat is giving out about 600 cases. Is that a very good report? Is that a very good report? Because now, if we look at it, it basically means, mkitoka hapa, the moment you live here, every one of you should just get two cases, the new ones, for that month. Do you understand what I'm saying? Billy too. What of those ones that have trained before? And what of those ones that will be training tomorrow? Do you understand? So we sat down and spoke and we were discussing and asked ourselves. I asked them, so what do we do? What's the solution? Why is it like this? Is it that judiciary does not have cases? And she told me, Liki, let me tell you something. The number of cases that are there pending, ni mob sana. But as we all know, where does judiciary get its money? An answer? Someone? Judiciary to apido. Treasury. Who signs for treasury to allow? Inatoka wapi? Treasury. Si treasury ni serikali? So, ni pesa ya kufanya nini? It's more or less like a budget na unaona. Let's be honest. Siyo pesa ni kama inaombwa. The judiciary actually begs for that money. And that story did not start when? Yesterday. Tunakumbuka Maraga akipiga kelele akisema, why aren't you giving me the budget? We ask for 400 billion. You give us 40 billion. Sawa. So let's be honest, hiyo pesa yote inatoka wapi? If kama tunauliza 400 billion, tunapatiwa 40 billion, na kutoka hapo ndio kuna bado pesa ya mediators. Enye, Kathleen KK has done already 6 cases. I don't know. Sanjeev, how many cases have you done so far at Milimani?
I have done 3.
Done 3 cases. Sanjeev has done
Yes,
3
and
cases.
by the way, for pro bono, I did 4.
At Milimani?
No, various places. One pro bono. You know this. There's a station called Lucky Summer, which is in Roysambu.
Yes.
I did 2 over there, and another one I did under my mentor, which was Asha Bashir. 2 with her, so there were 4 in total. I did pro bono.
Very good, very good. So truth is, on the ground, vitu ni different, because all of us chomoka from here with a very high expectation that judiciary is going to be calling me and I'm going to be hitting the road to end. But then what happens is the moment you get out there, yes, judiciary is stuck with all these cases, but they don't have a budget to give you. So what will they do? Wata relax, wanaongojea, they beg. A lot of their money and a lot of their money, their events are sponsored by who? NGOs. Because what? Government does not have money to give them. Just the other day, we had a big meeting where the environment and land courts, now are preparing to give mediators cases. We need a training for that, specifically for that. Sababu saizi kuna kesi mob. Oh, Daisy Kerich is here. Karibu sana. There are many cases that are pending, that are land related. Na kuna wakora, si Nairobi. Dunia mzima. The first murder was because of first murder known to humanity. Allah, we are not Christians. Okay, of course, even Muslims believe in the story.
Kain.
Yeah? Ilikuwa?
Kain.
Yes, Cain and
Kain
Abel.
aliua ndugu yake.
Because of that is the oldest land dispute. In fact, land is the oldest dispute known to humanity. So, na saizi ile kitu inaendelea ni ya kwamba land and environment and land courts want to now give us land cases. Sawa sawa. But then we go back to a reality, hakuna do. It is our responsibility. And why I called for this meeting is because I felt it is our responsibility to change that landscape so that we stop looking forward to court annex mediation cases. Oh, by the way, just to say that, to mention, Cherono was number 2 in the whole of Kenya in matters related to settling disputes, court annex disputes. And Bomet is her. You are the who? Please.
You know, it's wrong coming late. I take responsibility first. Director.
Pole.
And on top of that, we had a fantastic day yesterday for women in ADR. So we slept late. We left that place at around midnight. So good morning.
Good morning.
Nice to see you all. Wangapi wananikumbuka? Wangapi wanakumbuka hiyo sura? Ni vile tu saizi niko na homa ndio mdomo imekuja mbele kidogo, but si mnajua sikuangi hivyo. I'm so excited to be here. First is for this initiative that has come from the office. This is a much welcome initiative, and I'll tell you, as Peace and Mediation Africa, you're the best students. Clap for yourselves. You're the greatest ambassadors. In fact, it is through you that we are getting also referrals even from judiciary to come and be trained by us. So we don't take that for granted, and we say thank you so much. Yes, being number 2 in the entire country makes me feel awesome. Yesterday, I was given a recognition at the Women in ADR, and I felt very nice because it is loving your work. loving your work, and also preparing. Very important is preparation. When I was coming on Zoom, I had director mentioning about the cases that are there versus how many people have managed to go out and do the cases. It is doable. I think so far I've done 100+ cases, and the settlement rate is at 76 point something.
Wow.
So
Makofi.
thank you so much.
Excellent.
Thank you. Na karibuni wote sana. Thank you.
Excellent. So what you're trying to say here is that we don't want to fight with Cherono, right? Cindy, if she's settling 100 cases, see, we need to add the volume of those cases. We are experts in here. There's a humongous gap. There's a humongous gap. I remember one day, Achi aliniambia, you have done a very good advertisement. But this advertisement lacks a lot because looking at it from a professional eye, marketing, yuko hapa, so nikidanganyana useme. Looking at it from a professional eye, it does not speak the way it should speak. Sawa sawa. And maybe if I implement just 1% of whatever she tells me, how many more students would I get? Or how much more would I communicate my brand? Mnanielewa? Tunapatana? So what we want to do here, si nimewapentia picture, nimewambia we will serve Kenyatta Hospital, but we want to be the Nairobi Hospital. Sawa sawa? Ukienda Kenyatta Hospital, your cost might be 10,000. Ukivuka barabara, your cost will be how much? 100,000. So we want to be very strategic. We don't want to fight with, someone said the chiefs want to concentrate on disputes za kuku na vitu kama hizo. Kuku ni sisi, hao ni mashamba. All right, we want to look forward to those opportunities where we can get good money. I'm sure, okay, we do not want to say our emphasis is money, but you want to settle, and as Kathleen KK has said, it is important to serve, and that fulfillment yenye unaona watu wamepata hiyo, unajua wamesettle matter, inakuwa ni poa, unasikia umetosheka nayo. But at the same time, we want to be respectable persons in the community. And we want to drive, maisha ni hapa, see heaven. I hope I'm not conflicting the Muslims. Yeah? Sindio? Hata Christians, I'm conflicting. But we have to, okay, fine. It is here and there, but are we there yet? We are not there yet. So we must live here. We must live here. It is what we do here that takes us there. Excellent. Yes.
Yeah. I wanted to ask a question.
Yes.
So it's going to 11.
Yes.
It's 2 hours in.
Mm.
The reason you sold this meeting to me anyway, and I think to my colleagues through the ad or through conversation, is that many are feeling that after the training, there's a whole gap. We know all this information about the courts have X number of million cases. They don't have the judges and whatever to handle them. And therefore, Kenya is introducing mediation as the stopgap. And you want to build this sector. It is new in Kenya. People like Daisy are championing the cause. But you're churning out, can I say graduates, us guys, every month? I don't know if you do it every month. But I want to know how, out of the graduates that come out every month, how many actually take off with mediation? And I would want to suggest, and it's only a suggestion because I don't have the data, I don't think you get a lot. I really don't feel it. I just go by my classmates alone, and I know a couple of cohorts back. They loved it. They've got the passion. We know the courts are struggling. We know mediation has just been introduced in Kenya, not just, but it is a growing niche. So for me coming to this meeting, paying you my 5K, which I was already quarreling about, I'm not getting it. 2 hours in, I'm still like, Where is the gap? And what are you going to do to fill it? You can't, I don't feel it's right to say, oh, I brought you here. You're the 5K payers. Those are the 3K payers. And now it's you guys to figure out how you're going to fill the gap. Because the gap, at least for me and some of my colleagues here, was we had to do pro bono work. And to do pro bono work, you had to engage with cops or the chiefs or whatever. And those guys have put roadblocks because they don't understand this sector. It's not been sold to them. For me, leaving out of this meeting, I need to know, because I am a smart cookie, as are my colleagues. There's a gap between what you do, the training, and getting us into the courts or to be, we've got our papers ready. We've got all of that. And we had a lot of momentum. But over time, it dies down. Now, if you're at work, yes, you're in the office and you do mediate, but you're doing it because you've got the training, but haina mpango. So it feels like we get stuck. And so for me as Archie, what do I want out of this meeting? What am I doing wrong? Or what are you guys doing wrong that's preventing all your graduates month after month from actually becoming useful to all the training that you gave us?
Right.
Okay.
Very good. Allow me to answer that question. So just hold on. So first of all, there's a very good report that we have from the Court Annex Mediation Secretariat. And this very good report is, one, you are able to apply immediately as of now, even if you have done pro bono cases or not. Apply for accreditation. You apply right now. Yes. Umeelewa? Are we together? And this, the reason of this meeting, the reason of this association, as we want to create it, is to bridge that gap, communication gap. There's a huge communication gap that is not getting to people. Now, one of the biggest progress that we have made, or not even us, but judiciary has made, is that it does not require you to look for pro bono cases. Immediately after your training, you can apply for accreditation. Sawa. So once you get accreditation, you will be called for an interview. Yeah, depending on where they will be. If it is convenient for you and they inform you, you can get there. The moment you get there and you qualify, note, Honorable Moses Wanjala was quite categorical to say that not all of you will qualify. And Cherono said that we have been doing a very good work all through, up until just the last interview, where we had one delegate who went for the interview and failed. Basically, she was told to go back and resit the first one. All right? Of course, we are human beings, kuna error. And why she failed was just a very small trick question about conflict of interest. Sawa. Conflict of interest. I think guys who were there in class yesterday, I told them. And conflict of interest comes where I have a business, all right? And I've given disputants, and these disputants, mmoja na jipendekeza ama nakuja kwa biashara yangu, alafu who will I, what is my priority? Is it my business or is it huyo mtu, that disputant? And that person conflicted themselves because they said, I know how to draw, senior, I know how to draw the line or the boundary. And that, according to judiciary, is a no-no. There's no drawing boundaries. It is either white or yes. So you have to, you have to. Cherono, did you want to say something?
Actually, let me first ask, how many of us have applied, have filled the application form to mark? Just here, how many have filled? Okay, how many
application
have filled
form.
the application? Just by show of hands, so that we know Where are you stuck? How many have filled? 1. Oh, niende huko.
Okay.
Much director. How many of us have filled the application? At least Duale. The rest of us. Archie, have you filled the application? Why? Because you see,
when we finished the course, and I
Yes.
did I think it's the June cohort,
yes,
we had to do several hours of pro bono,
Pro bono.
work. And only after that, and only after that, as per your guidance and training, could we then move to the next stage. So my gap is this pro bono workspace. At that time, that was what we were taught.
Okay. There's a point, mediation being a new field. In November, we were invited as trainers. And one of the communication that we received was, that we gave was, there is a challenge. You're telling us you want many mediators. And we are doing our part as the training institutions to train them. But they get stuck because of pro bono cases. And so that time Honorable Angela said it is okay. Now they can apply even after finishing the training on Friday, they apply on Monday. And I think I communicated that in the wall. I said, you no longer have to do the pro bono, kindly fill this form and submit. So sometimes as trainers, we do our part. But at your level, ni unajua pro bono. So that one, actually, let me clarify. Right now, Duale was trained in the January class. And he called me when he was going to Mark. And I called the Mark guys. There's one of our students who has brought his papers there. And you got an acknowledgement that we have received your papers. And it is going for verification. So, number 1, let it start from us. That when you get out of this place, I usually post it severally in the wall as a reminder. Please fill the form and submit, because we are getting referrals from Mark to us to be trained. If it's true, they don't want us, they don't want more mediators, they would not be sending us clients. True or false? So the thing is, let us start. Let's start with us. Go fill that form. Very soon, you'll either be called for an interview. We have students who went direct. They filled the form, and so when they got there, their papers talked on their behalf. And so the student was calling. One of them is the lecturer at Laikipia University. He said, Cherono, me, I'm shocked. And I'm like, why? I've been told to go direct on mentorship. Why? The way you present your papers matters. This field is for people who are passionate about helping. Yesterday, we had the Women in ADR conference. And I remember I was just like, I'm just seated, but I was told, Daisy, stand among all the delegates. And I was like, why? There's work that you're doing, and it's commendable work. And this is Women in ADR. We have the judges in it, we have everybody. So take the first step and take it boldly and do it well. We met with her in Migori, and I told her, go fill those forms. Did you fill them, Benta? Thank you.
Sawa, sawa. So you hear, but the reason why we are here is to ensure that we are accountable to each other. I bet the reason why, or the purpose of this association is to ensure that we are accountable to each other. We are at different stages in that process, in this journey. But there must be somebody who's going through the same thing that we are going through. Here too, we have trained an average of 300 heading to 400 delegates. The whole of last year and this year. Now, let me tell you something. I expected 10%. I think we are above 10% of the people who are here and online. We're above 10%. But I'll tell you, out of those 400 delegates, someone is going through the same challenge that you are going through. And that is why, you see, Cherono and I and just a few of us, we are a very small team. We may not be able to address everyone. But if Benta teamed up with Archie, and you be accountable to each other to say, tuna apply by when, you get, you are at the same level. You're able to match your positions of challenge. And from that, you're able to move to make that one step forward. And not just that one step, you're able to advise somebody else who's behind. Because if Kathleen KK would not tell us how she went there, she would not be pulling anybody else. Cindy, you have a question?
Thanks, Licky. Thanks, Daisy. So you remember me, I was never quiet. Kuna. So we appreciate that. And I'm going to put it on our wall. You know, I think maybe there's a wall for each cohort. So I'll put it on our cohort and say, I attended, guys, there's this form so that I can update them. Because we do talk on the side and wonder. So thank you for the information. What happens after you filled in the form online? I think you were taking us through the steps. Thank you, Licky.
So after you filled in the form, you'll be called in for an interview. Mtaitwa interview. And at the interview, just like you had Kathleen say, and Sanjeev say, that interview is becoming tricky and trickier. Yes, they're opening up doors. We kuja. Umemaliza kusoma? Come now. There's no problem. There was someone who said, hey, James, is James here? There's a James who trained yesterday. Who trained yesterday and said, wow, hakuna exam. Ye exam inakuanga tu ni, unajua, the traditional way of training. For you guys, you didn't get an exam. But your actual test is when you go for that interview. Because remember, these are people who are very seasoned in this industry. They know. By the way, most of them, wanajua wakiona tu disputant wakiingia tu, they can almost speak the nitty-gritties, those unspoken issues. Because they have seen, even those that are not expected. Wameona. Wakili there will tell you. Yeah? The judges are pretty wise. And they'll give you time. True? True. And they are used to reading in between the lines. Those things that you're not saying are the ones that they're understanding. So they become so stiff on those interviews and the way they're going to ask and frame those questions. But the doors are now open. Now, those are some of the issues that I also want us to discuss. Because now we know they are very, very firm. And we are all abled differently. Sindio? Mtu mmoja anaweza ulizwa swali na ajibu differently. There are so many questions that we need to even discuss. Ukiambiwa uende refresher, how do we address that? Do you come back to Mediation Africa? Do we charge you 100%? Do we charge you 50%? Or do we, as an association, see how we're going to help each other? Number two, yes, the ones who are here and online are those ones who just afforded to pay. We would have loved to have everyone because all of us are part of Peace and Mediation Africa. But of course, we can move one step at a time. Cindy, one step at a time. So I have shared the vision. I've shared the vision. Mali tunaenda as an association. I do not want this meeting to be about Licky. So Licky came and spoke and said and did when he had promised that is going to be our meeting. So I'll just say, this is what I would want us to do. We have had each other and we can already start identifying strengths here and there. Si mnaona? Si watu wanajichupukiza? Hello, are we together? Can you already see things? Can you already see talents out there by the questions that are being asked and the answers that are being sent here? So I want us to set a small subcommittee or a committee or a subcommittee. Yes.
Thank you very much. My name is Alberta Kokach. Sorry, I came late. My traffic from where I reside was very bad. Yes. But here I am. Yes, I met with my sister Daisy. Yes. My personal life was twofold.
but this is my priority. By Monday, I would have put it. I'm going to put it in on Monday.
Yes.
How long does it take when you put in an application and then they call you for an interview? Because we are juggling with a lot of things, but it's good when you put it, then you have estimates and you know by 2 weeks or 3 weeks or 1 month, within this time, I expect this, so that if there's a travel outside the country, then you find how to deal with that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Chorono na washwa na hiyo. You have microphone over there.
I would say on matters application, you just put your application. You submit your application. After submitting your application, it is the committee to sit down and verify. You know, you're not the only one. So assuming all of us now, like the 40 of us, submit by Monday. When the committee sits, their role is to verify. You know, there are those things you attach, the 12 items that you attach. So the role of the committee is to sit down and verify. Was so-and-so trained? Yes. By which training institution? Okay, it is known to us. And then after that is when now you will be invited for an interview. And also there's flexibility. You might be invited better for the interview, but you find yourself on that said date, you have an engagement. You know, when interviews are done, it is done on a continuous, like now the team that went to Machakos, walifanya continuously for almost 2 weeks. Right now, I was from Mark on Thursday, and they are going now to Nakuru. So they'll be in Nakuru for the entire 2 weeks. Thereafter, they'll be moving to Bomet. They'll be in Bomet for entire. So you see, the application is what matters most. Even you can be invited, Archie, to go to Nakuru. You're simply going for an interview in Nakuru, but you will choose the courts where you'd comfortably want to work. So the interview can be done anywhere, but the placement in terms of the courts ni nani? Wewe. Is that clear? Very clear? Yes. Director, there was something about private mediation.
Yes.
I think I can give an example. In Bomet County, as their chair, one student that we trained said, now, you have trained me as a mediator, but my people in the community are not aware what mediation is all about. Is it okay if I marshal the community members and you come and talk to them and tell them about the benefits of mediation? I was like, why not? So when he organized a meeting for almost 500 people in his community, we went with the deputy registrar and we went with other judicial staff. It was a one-day event, but that is what is making Bomet be unique in its own way. Why? Members of the community who have cases in court now went ahead to request the cases to come to mediation. It was just one event that culminated to success rate, because the members themselves are saying, nimesikia kuna kitu inaitwa mediation, nitoleni hizo makesi zikuje wapi? Zikuje mediation. So, and then apart from that, he is not an accredited mediator. He was just a trained mediator. Guess what he did? On that same day when we were doing the sensitization, he got an office opened. Clap for him in absentia. Ofisi yake ilifunguliwa na the deputy registrar. Community ikasema, yani, teacher, mwalimu tu wa juzi yako na ofisi ya mediation. Yesterday he called and he was telling me, Daisy, I'm overwhelmed with cases. He's not an accredited mediator. He's a trained mediator.
CPM.
A CPM. Just after the 40 hours, his office was opened. Right now, he's overwhelmed by cases because now kila mtu amejua nani so and so ako na ofisi na anaweza tatua. He's even ended up telling me, kuna kesi tunataka tutoe kotini. Nikamwambia, wewe uje kuwa accredited wewe. Unaona ameenda sana, lakini sinisa ikananiambia, sasa situtoe lakini wewe uifanye. You get the point? So it is whatever initiative you want to put in place that will place you wherever you want to be. The small, small things that you do. Private mediation, we told you you can even start from Monday after your training. Did you tell that to the class? Ati sasa wewe unafanya private mediation na unasema fantastic, nimemaliza. If those parties want it to be adopted, what do? Daisy, watu wamemaliza na nimemaliza vizuri. They want it adopted. Won't it be so difficult for Daisy to put her signature there and the accreditation number there? And it is adopted. So si mnaona the ball is on you? Tunawarushia mpira, si ndio? And for the association, just to mention,
yes,
we do not have an association. So when director came up with this idea, I told him this is the best initiative. Why? That still can address those issues that we are talking about here, Archie. That if you're the chair, what do we do about this young person who's just been trained the other day and need their hand to be held? What do? Do we just train and we chunk you out, mnenda, alafu mtu anakwama huko na tujui what to do? So as an association, we become stronger together. Yesterday, I was with the LSK chair, Faith Odhiambo. And I was looking at her and I'm like, and she challenged me. She told me, Daisy, you mediators are doing a fantastic job, but you know we can't be one. Why? Every training institution is training differently, and so we need to hold each other's hands. Why not Peace and Mediation Africa being the association that even other mediators are answerable to, and we form a body like LSK? So thank you so much, Derek.
Asante sana. Now, there's a reason why I've called this guy here, and he feels a bit confused. Vile nimemwita. Makofi. All right. Cherono has said something that sometimes, just so ya kwamba a lot of guys are creating associations out there with interest. Even some of our guys were telling me, Liki, this is another business venture. It feels like a business venture. But truly, truly, we want this to be an interest for you. And the reason why we are saying that is, I've called this gentleman here. His name is Fanyamambo Kinuthia. I'm not so sure if all of you know him. Not all of you know him. So Fanyamambo Kinuthia got introduced to Mediation Africa sometime in, was it August or somewhere about there? Fanyamambo Kinuthia, there are many of you who are looking for mentorship. Helen mentioned that she is at Kilimani Mediation Center as a mentee for accredited matters. Now, the owner of Kilimani Mediation Center is Fanyamambo Kinuthia. So are you getting the wave of where we are going? It is in your interest to be here so that you can connect to those few dots that we are not able to connect. Now, Fanyamambo Kinuthia also is the chairman of Association of Certified Mediators Kenya. Sisi tunashughulikia mediation alumni, Mediation Africa alumni. Sisi wenyewe tu. So this is a small family, but every family wants to feel like we are going somewhere as ourselves before we plug into the bigger brother. Sindio? Are we together? Guys, tumelala. Are we together? Makofi? Very good. So I will give him an opportunity to talk a bit later and introduce himself. But just for now, I will give them your number so that they can get in touch with you for mentorship.
Okay, thank you. The number is 0722 501 906. 0722 501 906. Thank you.
Just to mention, Helen, are you paying for mentorship? Be loud. Are you paying for mentorship?
Yes, I have paid.
You're paying for mentorship.
Yes, I'm
so just note that he's charging. But are you holding him accountable?
Of course, yes. He's doing a very good job.
Very good. So the beauty of paying, Makofi, the beauty of paying for a service is you can demand. Actually, you said, tumelipa 5,000, we are demanding. You understand? So the beauty of also going for mentorship, sometimes, yes, Akina Cherono are here and they'll help you for free where they can. But can you really demand from Cherono? Utampush. Si atakufanyia because it's goodwill and I want to help you. Out of goodwill. Lakini nikisikia kulala kidogo si nitalala. So what do you prefer? I'll leave that decision to you. Nyinyi ndo mta decide. If you want to pay, put in a coin and demand for service, it's up to you. If you want it for free, but if I don't pick up your call, usinibebe na ubaya, sindio? That is up to, sindio? So let us get back to the meat of the flesh. The reason why we are here, I guess, again, we have different matters and different stages of challenges. We are here to identify each of your challenge, but also hold each other accountable. Like right now, everything that we have said, I can see everyone jotting, but we would have been having someone who's a secretary who will jot all of those and share with the rest. Yes? Secretary. Okay. Yes.
There is something I just want to air it out that Madam Waziri has just said. And I can tell you this out of experience.
Yes.
You know, we are students and we have trainers who are our teachers.
Yes.
And I will take a good example, Madam Chero.
Okay.
You know, the moment you carry them as a semi-god, that's the time you are going to fail. But if you are someone who is like me, who is disturbing Madam Chero day in, day out, that's the time you can be helped.
Yeah.
Personally, the moment I graduated, it was Friday. Monday, I called her. And I think in her ukiangalia simu yake, I'm the most person who is calling her day in, day out, just asking for guidance.
Very
So,
good.
Madam Waziri, the same way people were disturbing you while you are a Waziri, asking for handout, that's the same criteria you have to apply. That's the first one. Second, this is a good experience that I'm giving. There was a time I was in Deputy Qadhi's office, and I was just sitting to him. We were discussing, and I was trying to, you know, I'm bragging myself. I'm a certified mediator. I want you to recommend me to Mark. Then all of a sudden, couples entered into his office demanding for a divorce letter. It was simple. You want me to recommend you? Haya, tatua
Hawa
issue.
watu.
You see? So, and it was like, na mimi nikashangaa. Mimi mwenyewe sasa ndo natafuta application ya Mark na unanipatia kazi ingine ngumu, unaona? So I was trying to like, apana mimi siwezi, and for me to do this, I have to adopt, and I cannot adopt because I don't have a license, you know? So that's now the thing that inspired me, if at all, at that moment. If I was a court annexed mediator, hata ningeruka na hiyo case na nikule peke yangu. And I solved
Very
it.
good. Yes.
So the point here is, immediately you graduate as a fresh CPM. Monday, start to go look for the application, fill it, and take it to Mark. Then after that, as you wait, join Kina Madam Judy for the mentorship at Kilimani Dispute Resolution Center, and then you will be sorted out, Madam Waziri.
Sante sana. That is very, very good. So now there's something that we've dwelt on. By a show of hands, are we saying that the objective of this meeting is accreditation by judiciary? Hands up if you agree with me. Tumekwama kwa accreditation judiciary. Is that where we are stuck? Is that where we are stuck? Okay. Yes. Wakili?
I think I've had Madam Waziri ask you a question, but I just want to put it in perspective.
Yes.
And I think when Chorono was talking about it, there are 12 steps that people have to go through. My expectation from this meeting for everybody is that, do we know all the 12 steps? I think that's where it's supposed to start, so that we are all at the same level. It's very hard to ask somebody, where are you stuck, when he doesn't know what is number 6. Somebody is number 6, another is number 8, another one is a 10. Because now we are here, the whole essence of a refresher, because this is a refresher, is that you now take us through from number 1 to number 6.
Excellent.
To number 12. So that then you'll be able to know, where am I stuck? I'm at number 10, at number 12. There are a few things that have also changed, like Daisy has basically, mentioned. What are some of those changes that that have occurred since the last time the class was there? The group of yesterday may be aware of that, but some of us who are in March and April are not there. So take the opportunity to bring us to speed and the same level with everybody else. I think that we will leave this place with, because that's the whole essence of a refresher. It's not, we are here basically now to understand what are the new things that have happened since then and now. I think then you'll be able to help the whole class.
Okay.
I do know,
Yes.
because that is my field, I have no problem. I know what does need to be done.
Yes.
But I'm a student, that's why here. If I didn't want to learn something, I would not be here.
Of course.
Why don't you then, but that's my proposition. I don't know whether I'm speaking for many of us or for all of us, but I think take us from number 1 to number whatever it is.
To the last number.
By the time you ask us now to form the association, to ask us where we started, we are all at equal position.
So you have the form? Oh, Cherono, you want to?
I'm liking this. I think that's why we are here. Si ndio? Tusaidiane, ndio tusaidike. Hallelujah. I don't know whether I'm finding the place dark, director. Ama ni mimi macho ina. Unajua mtu akianza ni last night, by the way, we had a fantastic time. It's better, si ndio? That's a very good point, Anthony. Na Anthony pia amekuwa akinisumbua vizuri. Mimi nasemanga usiponisumbua Dwale, by the way, you're the best. You know, he trained in January, and by which week you had already submitted. And I was called by Abdul. There's a gentleman called Abdul. Akaniambia naona umetrain mpaka mtu wa kwetu. I'm like, but it is well. That's why I'm saying take the initiative. There's somebody else amekuwa akinisumbua hata wewe. Can I take it now? Is it okay? Now, this is the time. So number 1 is your CV. Just write somewhere, your CV. Now that one, I want to believe everybody understands. Curriculum vitae. What does it entail? Updating your CV and also adding the CPM, Certified Professional Mediator, as the latest. Is that okay? Enrich it to the point that somebody would say, why should this person go for interview? They seem to have all it takes to be accredited. So your CV has to be very, very well put. Usiandike tu, sijui done this. Jaribu kusema hata ile kazi ambayo umefanya kidogo kuchangia. Number 2, colored copy of ID or a passport. That one, I believe every student we have trained is above the age of 18. The youngest was yesterday, Mark. So a colored copy of your identity card. Si hiyo kila mtu ako nayo? Number 3, academic and professional certificates. You're attaching your academic and professional certificates. Everybody has that. Because mediation was just an addition to what you already have. Primary. Nice to see you, Mahenya. Okay, amefanya? Oh yes, you attach all your academics. See, tukisema academics inaanza wapi? Utapeana ya baby. Unapeana ya wapi? KCSE, KCPE. Attach all those documents so that when they are verifying, imagine when the committee is sitting down to verify your work and then wanakuta ujiattach kamoja. Just that one. Wanasema huyu ajeweka. In fact, I was given 2 students to do refresher last week. And those students were like, Aki mediator, tulijikaza kwa hiyo interview lakini tulianguka. I think ni attitude ya huyo panelist. Nikamwambia, kwa nini mnaanza kujudge panelist? Alikuwa anaongea mambo yake inaenda ndani. So, uombe pia Mungu wakati unaenda upate mtu very friendly. And I had to ask Mark, ile siku ya interview ya Machakos, nani alikuwa amekaa room nyingine na mwingine ati Kwa nini unauliza? Nikamwambia no, I just want to know. Ati yenyewe wenye walikuwa kwa hiyo cohorting hiyo waliangushwa, so inategemea pia the panelists. Labda tu anaweza kakuona hivi achi asema, but we are trusting God that they will not look at simple things zenye. So but please attach all those. Mediation training certificates, that is what we usually give you at the end of the day. Bwana director, unakumbuka mmoja alisema I have lost my certificate. It seems like somebody went with my certificate. Karibu nimuulize, uko serious? Achi, umelipia hiyo pesa yote alafu sema I have lost. Sasa tukaanza. Uzuri alipost kwa wall, naye mmoja akakuwa amebeba certificate mbili. I have it with me. So your certificate is very important. Course content from the training institution. You remember our day one presentation inakwanga na hiyo mambo yote. So you simply print out the course content. And I think with the
and the most popular question I get is summary ya course content iko wapi? Do not take the whole page. Unaona ile yote tunawapatianga ile mna train. All the notes, that they're not interested in that. They just are looking for the summary. If you do not have it, I'll share them on the wall, on the groups.
Yes, because I'll just tell you again, thank you, Director, for that. I'll tell you, Mediation Africa is using content here judiciary. And so that is the minimum manual that we're supposed to be using. So those course contents, ukipeana hivo, it is okay because they know what we train with. Other training institutions, why are their students not qualifying? Unakuta mtu anatumia content tofauti, wanafunzi akienda kwa session, hashikanishi kitu kwa interview, and you know they will just play around with your mind. So course content, very important. Letter of introduction from the training institution. You remember when we give you, we're giving you two things. There's one letter of introduction and there's the certificate. Photocopy them. Don't take the original. Please. Kuna mwingine alisema, nilichukua original sikujua aje sasa. But the letter of introduction, you photocopy and you send. See, you got two items. The letter of introduction to Mark and the certificate. Then number G is 2 original character reference letters from credible members of the community, religious body, institutions, or association. The letter must indicate that the writer has known the applicant at a personal level for at least 5 years, immediately preceding the date thereof, and should have been written with a period of 3 months. Now, don't go for this letter. I want to believe all of us have people that can recommend us. You remember Dwale said he told his ni boss akurecommend akakwambia anza sasa na hii kwanza. You get the point? This is somebody who's known Dwale for long and labda he wanted to see his effort first. So you can have a clergy who knows you. You can have a chief who knows you. You can have your employer who knows you. That is just a letter recommending you that this indeed is a person of good character, waziri. You can have somebody a fellow waziri who knows you. Sonia is here and I was glad to meet Sonia in the court. Tulikutana tu hivi. And she was very excited. She was in the other room, I was in this room mediating. Imagine how I felt. And immediately we left, we started hugging each other. Sonia, you're here?
I'm very much there.
Fantastic.
And I'm on
Sorry
my way.
for the flu.
I'm on my way. I'm
All
on my
right.
way by
Karibu
the
sana.
mediator. I'm on my
Karibu
way.
sana. Karibu sana, Sonia. Now, so just a character, and you see it is 2 original. Judy, who knows you? Church. Who else? The church knows you. Yes. See, your clergy can recommend. Anto, who knows you? At many people. Take 2. Rosilla, who knows you? The principals, yes. Even the county director can write for you. Pauline, who knows you? I know you, but for 5 years. So at least get somebody who can simply just do a recommendation letter to say, wow, I've been with Basra and I know her. If or two, they don't want a 3-page document. Joanne, who knows you? We've been together in Kericho court. Yes. Who knows you? Why haven't you applied? And we were together even in court. I know you have an excuse. Mike. Uh-huh.
I think the main reason is the issue of pro bono, because
Okay.
those are the cases I've been trying to look for, and also at what point do I give my credential to the mark? Because I had actually put some of these things together, but now I didn't have the pro bono, but now I can see the way forward.
Fantastic. Thank you so much. So let's appreciate Mark for kuondoa mambo ya pro bono, because even as we felt it was the delaying gap, and we told them, honorable, we are sending people, wanafika kwa chief wanaambiwa unataka kuninyang'anya kazi na wananyimwa pro bono, so what do we do? So he said, allow them to apply, and then now you mentor them along the way, which we are doing it. Valid certificate of good standing from the respective professional bodies to which the applicant is a member. Now, do you see why an association comes in? The SCM is there, our chair is there. But we are saying, as Peace and Mediation Africa, you can have an association where you recommend even your fellow trainees so that you walk with them in a journey. You see here it says professional valid certificate of good standing for those who are counselors.
Yes.
Uh-huh.
Yeah. Now you see the reason why you need an association.
Mhm.
They will need you a recommendation from the association. Now you can imagine if you, by default, by just becoming a delegate of Mediation Africa, by default, you just become a member. So unaona umeruka step moja. Very good.
Fantastic. So that's good standing. And then 3 colored passport size photographs taken recently. Sio kila mtu anajua. Hata unaweza piga na simu yako na usimame tu hivi bora usmile vizuri. Hallelujah. Yes, sasa that one you know. 3 colored passport photo size. Sana sana they use that to, it is important for them, one. And then there's a badge. Unatolewa badge ya kusema we ni mediator, so that whenever you go, and by the way, let me tell you, sometimes I say, I don't know. When you just put on that badge like this, there's a day we were launching Cabernet Locots. And something told me, Daisy, so you just go to this neighboring school and you tell them you're a mediator and you tell them you're also a counselor. Guess what? I got 2 jobs from just going and saying, I'm a quarter next mediator and nimevaa tu badge. Hallelujah. Sometimes the way you present yourself. So badge is very important for identification purposes. Then number what? J. Valid tax compliance. Hiyo mtu atatoa wapi? Hapo sasa. KRA. Ona venye mnasema KRA na uoga. Kuna wale wamekosa kulipa ushuru hapa. Anasema haki Daisy. Kuna venye unaweza tutetea. And in most of our classes, every cohort tunakuanga na mtu wa KRA. And they usually volunteer. And they say, when you're stuck on matters, tax compliance, talk to us. Si wanasemanga? Yes. So valid tax compliance certificate, hiyo hatuwezi ruka. Hiyo hata wewe unajua mali utatoa, si ndio? Valid certificate of good conduct. For non-citizens should submit clearance form their respective security institutions. Now, this one I tell our students, hapo kwa valid certificate of good conduct, weka, you can attach the slip of 1050. Andika hapo dash. Attach with the slip of 1050 as you wait for the certificate. Because sometimes certificate of good conduct can take time. Umeandikiwa barua na chief, lakini utangoja miezi ingine kadhaa ndio certificate of good conduct itokee. Attach the slip of 1050. Andika hapo. Have you written that, Achi? Fantastic. Uzuri Achi ni wonderful student. We miss your class. So valid, you attach that slip of 1050 as you wait. So you see you're submitting your papers with the attachment. Si baadaye itakuja. Assuming they call you for an interview after 1 month, so you already have it on board. Another part is valid work permit for non-citizens. So if you're a non-citizen, I know we've trained some students who are non-citizens. So you attach your work permit. So definitely if you're a Kenyan, you don't need to attach the work permit. So you know, ondoa. Proof of payment of application of fees. Very fantastic. When you are paying the 1,000 Kenyan shillings, sometimes when you go to the bank, they will ask you for a code. I think the best is to give you the contact of Mark. When you're paying and you're stuck if you're using the bank, call them. But one thing that we were told recently, we had a meeting for all the chairpersons. Please, when you go to an agent, andika hapo, when I pay through the KCB agent, I should write my name, the name of the person. Even if you've sent Pamela to pay for you, the receipt should not read Daisy. It should not read Pamela. It should read Daisy. Because Mark does not know Pamela. Mimi ndio na apply, jina iko kwa so the name should read the person. Yes, the applicant. Fantastic. Hiyo Kiingereza ni mzuri achi. Applicant. The name should read the person, the applicant. And the reasons for payment. So the reason for payment is application for accreditation. You get the point? So the reason for paying is application for accreditation. For me, as an accredited mediator, when I'm paying the 10,000 for renewal, I say, Daisy, Cherono, renewal for accreditation. Yours should read application for accreditation. Okay. Leah. Yes, Leah.
Sorry, I have a question.
Yes.
Yeah, I'm not a Kenyan. I'm a Tanzanian, but I'm married in Kenya, and I normally operate on my alien ID. So I renew it every 2 years. Will I still need to have a work permit to file my documents?
So you renew your
alien ID every 2 years.
Every 2 years.
I'm in Kenya because I'm married in Kenya. Yeah.
There's also a similar case here from Ethiopia.
Yes. So the same case, I have only diplomat ID here. So I go there, so they ask me for work permit, and the work permit is very expensive. So I need only the mentorship. I don't think they give me the certification. Yeah.
All right. So I think we need to create a small subcommittee that is going to pursue that matter. Even if that constitutes of you, me, and Leah, we should pursue that and come back with answers, because there are others who I know might be going through the same challenge.
Thank you. I think that one we can do a side chat so that we get to help you out as we also inquire more about it, because there are things that are beyond us. So thank you, Leah. And then duly signed Form G. The duly signed Form G, some students ask, where is the Form G? Where is Form G for those who have applied? Duale, where is Form G? Hapo mwisho. Mwanafunzi anasema, hii Form G unitumie iko wapi? It is within the same application and it has to be signed by you. That Form G says commitment by mediator. I, mediator so and so, I, Daisy Kerich, do state as follows, that I have read the Code of Ethics for Mediators, the accreditation standards, the mediator practice rules and the mediation rules. And that's why on Thursday, siku ya Bishop, on Wednesday, huwa tunawatumia hizo zote, the code of ethics. But rules and regulations governing the conduct of mediation, that I further commit to be bound by the code of ethics adopted by Mediation Accreditation Committee. And then you just sign and submit. Let me just ask you, is there anything that you feel is complex? Kuna Kiingereza ngumu? Unajua kuna mtu ananiambia Daisy kufilio form ni ngumu. Sema ni ngumu. You know, there are those people hata ninaweza feel kama nimefunga macho. Even us, when we are renewing, we feel almost a similar form. And let me tell you, I can use less than 10 minutes. Scan send. Lakini somebody would say, I think that form is very complex. Ask me about the form and the complexity. At what point do you feel? So you've seen the attachments. Are they things that are rich within our rich gems? Si tunaweza ipata Festus? Anto, niwe naona. Tunaweza zipata? We are good to go. Any other points that you need clarity? Yes, Judy? Use the mic, use the mic.
For all these copies of letters, they must all be certified by a lawyer.
No.
No, you can just make photocopies
No.
and that's it.
For those who are sending via email, that is the point, they need to be certified. But for those who are taking direct, and Insurance Plaza, some will call and say, I don't know where Insurance Plaza is. And I even asked the MAC office, how do I direct students? Where do I tell them where MAC office is? They told me Nairobi, Cinema, and then just there. So please, I would encourage us. If you're sending it through email, that's why they have to be certified. But if you're taking it in person, Reinsurance Plaza, underline the word Reinsurance Plaza. Which floor? Iko mezzanine. Awesome. Thank you so much, Fanyamambo. And nice to see you. You were supposed to be in Women in ADR yesterday, but you did not come. And you'd say, I'm a man. But even men are part of the team. Cindy, fantastic. So any other question? Yes, Judy.
If you're emailing, it has to be certified.
Yes.
But if I'm giving there physically, even
Yes.
if it's a copy, it doesn't have to be certified.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
I think even it's written somewhere. When you're on a PTA form, there's a place that says, wait, I think it is within the very first instructions. Carefully read these instructions, the accreditation standards, the mediation practice, and all that. There's a place where it says, oh, there's a, okay. This email, mediationaccreditation@gmail. There's an email I sent recently. Please, there's a new one. There's a new email. They said this one imejaa sana. Kila mtu anatuma. So there's a new email purposely for accreditation. I think you'll share that.
Yes.
And then I think that is number 9. All documents unless yes and goods. All documents unless submitted in original form should be duly certified. Thank you so much. That's a good one. Non-citizens shall have all copies of their documents duly notarized. So Simona here, but we peleka hapo. Sometimes I say just walk. It's a walking distance. Go there. Thank you so much.
Very good. Tumeelewana hapo? Tumeelewana. We are together? Sawa sawa. Thank you very much. Now, after you apply.
Excuse me.
Yes.
I have
online.
a question.
Yes. Yes, Samuel.
For those who are not in for those who are not in Nairobi, can they send someone to check the applications to reinsurance?
Now, there's an email that you can send a soft copy as your
Yeah,
application.
but those have to, the certificates have to be what did you
Certified
say?
copies.
Yes.
Yes, you can.
At times it's a bit difficult for us to take those certificates to a lawyer.
Let me respond to that, Samuel. Number one, yes, you can send somebody to drop for you your certificates at the office. They will simply indicate this certificate is for this parcel is for so and so, but it was dropped by so and so. They have a very clear record where they indicate this person came at this point and dropped this certificate. So yes, you can send someone. If you're sending via email, definitely we've said they have to be certified.
Sawa. Any other question from online? Any other question from online?
Please allow me to ask.
Yes, Wangari.
I think I would appreciate one of those KRA references because I have a situation with my tax compliance that dates back to, I think, 2014 or thereabout, when they were doing a changeover of the system. And so that has carried on a situation where I can't get my compliance for any reason. So if a reference can be shared, I would really appreciate.
Okay. I think what we do is we can go through all those with challenges. Like, let's say, for example, KRA. How many people have a challenge with KRA? Those who are physical, please raise your hand. We have Ann Babu. How many people? Who else has a challenge or perceived to have a challenge with KRA compliance certificates? Hakuna? You have? Okay. Can we write your names together? Just write these names. There's Ann Babu. There's also
Elizabeth
Wangare Maina.
Wangari. Just write it as Elizabeth Wangari.
Elizabeth Wangare. Ann Babu, Elizabeth Wangare. Anyone else online who has a challenge?
Emmanuel Were.
Emmanuel Were. Emmanuel Were. Any other person online who has a challenge with KRA or compliance certificates?
Millicent Mwangi.
Millicent Mwangi. Millicent Mwangi. Any other person online who has a challenge with KRA? Any other person with a challenge with KRA or compliance? I am physical. Any other person with a challenge? Any? Okay. Your name is? Yeah, shout your name. Joan Magero. Joan Magero. And yeah, you read. Oh, umechukua. You have it. Any other person? Any other person? Any other person? Oh, yeah?
Excuse me,
Uko
Licky,
sawa?
can I say something?
Yes? Someone spoke.
Can I say something, please?
Yes, Anne.
Oh, I'm a staff at KRA. I raised my hand to say that at least those with issues can just inbox their pins, then at least I can give them feedback by Monday.
Very good. We have someone who's leading that. Ann Babu. All right.
Thank you.
Ann Babu is going to. Ann, please share your number so that everyone can
my
get
number
it.
is 0721 496 207. I'm putting it on the chat.
Fantastic. Simumeona singeweza peke yangu. Simuona singetoboa. Ann Babu is there to help us. So if you have a challenge, and Ann, please allow us to always refer someone to you.
That's okay.
All right. Sawa sawa. So the next document that is compliance we've tackled. Now there is yes, good conduct. Who has a challenge with good conduct? Applying for good conduct. Who has a challenge applying for the good conduct?
Just give the receipt.
Yes, you can just get the receipt. And it is very easy. Good conduct, una apply e-citizen, you book an appointment, they will invite you for fingerprints. When ufanyiwe fingerprints, you will pay a sum of 1,000, right? 1050. Yes. You'll pay a sum of 1050. After you've paid the 1050, that receipt, keep it very safely. Then that is the one that you're going to use. You attach it. Your compliance, Cherono has mentioned, it takes long before it comes. It can even take 8 months.
I think they have improved the process because I got mine within a month.
Elizabeth.
Helen.
Yes. Ah, sorry, Helen. Helen got hers within a month. Yes, James.
I just had a suggestion. What if the institution organize like application sessions where we can all send the applications together as a team so that it becomes easier to get the feedback immediately?
Well, that's why we are here, so that we decide if we want to apply together, it is our choice. We can apply together. And that is why we are saying we need to be accountable to each other, so that kama ni watu wote wanaenda kuona Anbabu, wafanye hivyo ASAP, so that we have all those documents in good time. If we say we are going to apply next week or a certain date, all our documents should be ready. Sindio? So that is the association, not Mediation Africa.
Although,
yes.
okay, I think it's a good idea. However, considering there are some documents that are personal and you don't know how long other people will take, I don't know how we can cure that. I like your idea of camaraderie, but challenge is my letter from my referee may not necessarily take the same time as yours and the other. So you might delay or pull a few other people by.
Yes, that is
I
why
think the idea of
yes.
The institution helping members or to apply and help them with information would suffice.
Yeah.
Instead of all being together, because I may delay you by my own issues. So, but if you actually agree to be supportive, I think that can be able to cure that gap. But the idea I think is good. It's only that the challenge is.
Actually, the idea was, let's say like if it's for the certificate of good conduct, if we apply as an institution, then they know these people are mediators coming for this documentation, then it can be dealt as one. And like when we're dealing from an individual aspect, some can be delayed. It's just a thought. It doesn't necessarily have to be the whole process, but the sub processes.
What I'd say, James, is that government will deal with you as an individual. But what we can do is we can give each other, just to react to what you have said, we can give each other's timelines and say by this day, kama hautakuwa umeleta, those who will have watakuwa wamepeleka. And those who have delayed, they will from the other quorum, the other group of other people who are feeling, maybe they are stuck for one reason or another. And if we can come together and discuss, ulikwama wapi, why is your document not here in time? Then akisema labda kama ni reference letter, we might find a solution for that reference letter. We can even refer each other, perhaps. Yeah,
but perhaps as you go forward, it may help if you, I know it's government sometimes it becomes tricky, but perhaps you may have, you may want to have a word with the DCI as a body, so that at least you tell them that this is why you're having a challenge, so that then what he's talking about can work, perhaps an introductory letter, so that your members who go there, there may be that sort of facilitation, and then they know this is for a particular cause. Not everybody who is looking for certificate of good conduct is looking it for the good intentions. But if they know they are coming for purposes of being accredited to the judiciary, and they are part of the criminal justice and part of the justice system, there might be a reasonable, perhaps, consideration.
I believe that is doable.
Yeah, that's perhaps you can be able to do.
I believe that is the essence of the association. And even I hope that Panyamambo, you've taken record of that, Because I know this is not just a unique problem to Mediation Africa, but the whole association of CPMs, I think those are solutions that we should be coming up with so that we can approach DCI and tell them that we could be recommending a certain group of people, and DCI is aware of the challenge that you're facing if they can take us into consideration. Yes.
Yeah, I did the process for the good conduct, and actually it's very quick. And considering it's given us, you can just present the receipt. So once you do it online, then you go for the fingerprints, and I did it in Huduma Center. It was actually like, I think I was in Huduma Center 10 minutes because I just went for the fingerprints. But on the receipt and the documentation that they tell you to print online, they stamp on it so that they've taken your fingerprint. So must you send that one which is stamped?
It's a photocopy.
Photocopy, yes. Okay. But the one which is stamped,
yes,
not just a plain receipt, yeah?
Yes.
So you must have done your fingerprints.
Yes, you
yeah,
must
okay.
have done your fingerprints. So ile tu ulilipa, alafu kapata receipt. Ile ulilipa, it is complete. It has the stamp. Yes.
Yes. Can you please clarify if it's from KCP or KCSC? Because I remember during our training, there's some of us who said maybe they may not have the primary certificate, and if people don't have it, what happens? How can the training center help?
Very good. So now, just to get to that, how many people have a challenge with their academic certificates? Hands up. Yeah? Academic, any academic certificate. And I'll give you an example. There was a lady who applied, and but she had been involved in the 2012 clashes. Ilikuwa ni 2012, eh? Clashes from Molo. Ilikuwa ni gani? 07 clashes. Hiyo ya Molo. So, nyumba yao ilichomwa. She does not have an ID. Okay, ID alipata. She does not have any of her academic certificates. Any. Na alikuwa amefanya zile za kina ni CPA. CPE. Wacha usinichekelee, mimi ni wa CBC. Eh? Eh? Saa hiyo ya kina CPE alikuwa amefanya hizo na hana, she has no document whatsoever. So she was wondering, now even if I try to apply, it is going to take a long time. And I think I'm speaking on behalf of William. William, is that the correct situation? Do you think it will take do you think your documents even exist if you lost them? When did you do your exams, primary exams?
I did the document I'm missing, which I had never even thought about because I never picked it from school, and the school has gone through so many phases.
Yes.
I did CP in 1977.
1977.
And from that point, when you are going to school, you only needed that letter of calling letter.
Yes.
Then you walk to school and you go off.
Yes.
So I never collected it. I went to look for it sometimes when I was applying for a IBC job. The school does not even know where those things went.
Yeah.
So up to now, what I know is that sometimes you have to apply to NEC.
Yes.
But it may take time.
Yes.
For those verifications to be done.
Mm.
So I don't know how this
Karibu
one is going to affect application. Is it like somebody suspecting that you never went through school well, or what could be the problem?
Yes.
It's a big challenge, actually.
Hello,
But-
may I react to that one?
Okay, let's give an opportunity to online. Yes, Kathleen KK.
Yes, so I may not look like it, but I'm a product of CPE. I am accredited. I'm like, we never used to pick our certificates, but the only item after the interview I was told to take before a certain date was my primary school certificate. Oh my God, I started thinking, what will I do? I went to my school and I found that nobody from our class picked, and they are all there. They told me that they all exist. In fact, it's a funny looking kind of paper that they used to use then. but I have it and I was very excited to get it. They told me, unless your school burnt down, those certificates are always there, but nobody asks for them many years later. So yeah, if you go, you'll get it. Now, my story is interesting because I had every other document except that particular one. By the time I was getting back from my primary school to catch up with Reinsurance Plaza before they closed, I had already received my letter to say that my interview was successful, even before I got there to take my primary school certificate. Yeah. So if all the other documents are good, they cannot just, deny you because of that one, I believed. And also, if you're near your primary school and never burnt down at any one time, the records are still there. Asanteni.
Very good. There you have it. So they'll still not disqualify you for the certificate. Yes? Yes, someone.
I am in a similar situation. I lost both primary and high school certificates. And I sat for my CP way back in 1973 and my ESC in 1977.
So if your school still exists, they are there. They have them.
So there you have it. If
I
your school
picked,
still exists.
I picked it up. I picked my CP certificate, both my CP and ESC, but they got burnt.
All right. So for those who have still as not convinced with the questions with the answers that we have gotten, we'll still create a small subcommittee who will decide if we cannot totally find those papers, totally. Kama ya ule example nilikuwa nakwambia, where their house was burnt down and there's no hope of actually ever getting those papers. What do we do and where do we go? Who do we talk to? Do we talk to NEC or do we talk to MAC to exempt such cases? I don't know. What do you think we should do? Yes. Oh, you had to say something, in fact.
I think I was answered by what they said, but then again, to add on what you are saying, I think if I heard it well, Desi say it is the accreditation. I don't know if it's you, Desi, or the director. The accreditation are going up every day. And I think then we need to form a small committee that will check on that, because I am a victim of an exam I did 2 years ago. I did my KCSE 2 years ago. Coming from the bush, I couldn't go to my KCSE in those years, so I went just recently with my son. You saw the other day, the tall boy. So we did, both of us. But before I was registered, the point is, before I was registered to do for my KCSE, my CP certificate was required, which I did it in 1977. And I may not look like that, but that is the fact. Sorry. But so when I was going to register for the KCSE, I had the certificate and kept it very well. But I could not be found in the system. The system cannot recognize those years. So if any certificate have gotten banned, the system will not, you will be considered hujakwenda shule. So I think formulating a committee which will then go to the NEC and talk with them and then get to know what will happen for those people who might not. I had to sit for a special exam. Now, like doing class 844. I had to go 1 year behind, sit for an exam for class 8, and then the system can now get me back so that I can do the KCSE, which I did with my last son.
Yeah. Yes. pass on the mic.
Everyone.
Hi.
I have an idea. Okay, his case is different because, of course, you cannot sit for Form 4 without showing an evidence that you went through primary school. But for our case, for accreditation, primary examination should not be necessary. I think it's you guys to talk to them on our behalf, because even recently, when we were doing authentication of certificates in the civil service, we were not bothered about primary certificates, because I also did CP in 1982. I went back to my school some time back to check on it. We were told they were just banned because they were just small pieces of paper. So we cannot get them, and we cannot get that information from NEC because obviously that time there were no computers. So even if you talk to NEC on our behalf for those who did CP, I think it would not serve any purpose because they don't have those records. Okay. Thank you.
So you think your suggestion is we convince Mark?
Yes.
As Mediation
to do away
Africa,
with the primary school certificates.
as Mediation Africa, that might be a challenge, but as an association, it works very well because association is not allied to anyone. Mediation Africa itakuwa ni students wa Mediation Africa wanataka. So between me and Fanyamambo Kinuthia, who's ACM chairman, I think those are some of the things that we should address and run to Mark to just try and convince them that, hey, hii mambo ya primary school, kama inawezekana, can we just skip to secondary school? But again, as we do that, because they might say no. Sasa wakisema no, see, we should be pursuing the other angle as well, so that we should be probably talking to NEC. And I think Chairman hapa amesema kitu ya maana sana, so that we can form that committee that specifically addresses academic certificates. And if there's anyone, because this will not be the last case. And it at a probably higher learning, tunaweza kuwa na challenges kama hizo. Yes, Sanjeev. Let's pass on the microphone. Daktari, as you pass on the microphone, you could just say hi. Hello.
Hi, everyone. I'm so happy to see you. I'm sorry I'm late. I had passed through another meeting that took too long, but finally I'm happy to be with you. And it's good to see you all. God bless.
Good afternoon, everyone, friends and fellow colleagues. God is good.
All the time.
And all the time.
God is good.
Very good. First of all, apologies for being late. My name is Sonia Birdi. You just saw me talking on the screen. I'm very proud to be a student of Mediation Africa. In response to this issue where we are not getting, we are having a challenge of this academic qualifications, I think one thing that the association will be able to achieve is be able to attest that the students that you have gone through your training. And that should be in itself a qualification. So because we are all now intertwined with the judicial system. Yesterday, day before, they had the LSK elections, of which I went to oversee. I went to look, met few friends, and I asked myself, only advocates, lawyers are allowed to vote. Judges, I don't know, there must be that bar of people. But I want us to come to that level where even mediators and arbitrators are also allowed to go and vote in LSK. And by the way, for the LSK elections, and by the way, on their website, it says that if you want to be a member of LSK, you can be a member of a person of a certain stature, of a certain qualification. And I want our association to be so strong that when an individual says, I'm a member of Mediation Africa Association, that in itself, it's looked upon as an integrity, a high person of integrity and transparency. So that's where I'd like us to be, so that challenges like education certificates are also addressed. Once again, thank you very much. And I have more to share, but soon.
Asante.
Thank you so much. We have an advocate of the High Court here, so maybe there are a lot of insights that we could get from you that would give us insight on how to run something close to an LSK. Sindio, hapo utatusaidia. So anyone with academic challenges, just hold on. Just say what you want to say, and then we can have the chairman list the people with challenges with academic certificates.
Ms. Basra Ali, I'm glad to be with you all here. There was a comment that has just been made about the certificates.
Yes.
And from the experience of Wanjiro or Millicent.
Yes.
Yeah, there was a very good case study.
Mm.
So I'm thinking the issues that Madam Daisy raised on the challenges of sometimes the attitude of the person who is interviewing you, those could be the issues that maybe the association and Africa Mediation Center can follow.
Yes.
Compared to, issues of certificates. Because actually we have seen from her case that if the other documents are okay, then the primary certificate document could be something that we cannot raise as a major issue.
Yeah.
So that we are able to raise other issues that are of much interest.
Okay.
Yeah, so if we can get people can sort out issues of KRA, like the way we have gotten people who have volunteered,
yes,
and also others, then maybe Mediation Africa and the association can really follow on issues of interviews, because you can imagine telling somebody to go and receipt a 40-hour certificate course that they have done.
Very good. I think that would be, that's a very interesting point. Okay, but just before we respond to that, let's first of all capture, before we move on to the next step, anyone with issues, I know we all want to say something, but anyone with issues academics, please raise your hand so that we can capture your names. Raise your hand. There was William. Okay, just shout your name so that chairman can write your name. The other person who has an issue with academic certificates, Shoro, Pamela Shoro, is that correct? Any other person with an issue with academic certificates? Any other person? Okay, online? Any other person with academic certificates? That is Samuel.
Mtunji, yeah.
Samuel Mtunji. Any other person with an issue with academic certificates online? Any other person with academic certificates issue? Okay, sawa sawa. So if there is none, then we can move on to address. Yes.
As married ladies, we
Yes.
used we KCPE I did with my maiden name.
Yes.
Then eventually I turned into the
Mrs.
gentleman. So will this affect?
All you need
Does
to
it
do.
have any effect?
There are other people with two names. There are also people with two names. So what you need to do is get an affidavit to prove that you're the same person.
Okay.
Yes.
So.
All right. So the issue of who is doing the interviews needs to be handled at a higher, again, the association, just like you said, the association should be, if someone feels that they were not well represented, or if they went for the interview and they feel I was not handled properly, then the association can raise a point of appeal so that it can say, can I be interviewed by somebody else if I feel this one did not interview me well? But you see, as Mediation Africa, we're just a subject. As association, we come out strongly, and yes, we can fight for those rights. Yes? You had something to say?
Mine's a quick one. I wanted to know how long is the interview session and how many people sit on that panel?
All right. And you had?
Yes, I think my opinion
Yes.
is that we shouldn't go to MAC to ask for them to relax requirements
Yes.
in terms of certificates.
Yes.
I think it's not very wise. I think what we should do
Mm.
is address those particular people who have issues with certificates, because I believe 80% of us have the certificates.
Yes.
Maybe it's 5%.
Mm.
So think will not look very good when we start going to say, no, I don't have the certificate. Can we relax this?
All right.
I think we deal with a case as it comes.
Yes.
And as either an association, we go there to ask or to talk on behalf of our member
Yes.
who has an issue with certificates.
Very good. So we talk on behalf of our members who have an issue with certificates. So please note that down. Yes, there was. Okay. Archie asked, sorry, I'm coming to you. Archie asked what is expected at the interview? How big is the panel? It varies. How long is the interview and how big is the panel? It varies. In other cases, I was interviewed, there were like 3 panelists, but there are others who were interviewed with 2 panelists. There are observers, but mainly from the MAC office. Wanaangalia tu. They will not comment, they will not say anything, but they'll just observe. Yeah. It is not a difficult interview. And I will tell you what they really look out for. It's not even the things that we learned. They might ask, do not assume. Be ready when they ask. Do not assume. But they will highly probe your emotional intelligence. Highly. Unajua ile kitu yenye ufundishwi kwa class? Or rather, Kathleen KK. Kathleen KK, are you with us? Yes. What exactly did they ask at the interview?
I think you're very right to say they test your emotional intelligence. For some people, they will not even go looking at your background. They'll ask you things that, like how can you apply your prior knowledge and, what you do in mediation. They may tell you to, like I'm a counselor, they can tell you to compare the difference or give them the differences between the two, like they did. And for some people, they asked, they give you case studies to test just your emotional intelligence and how you can handle issues, which is actually why we said the rubber meets the road during the interview, because you realize some of the things they ask you are the ones that you're going to meet in the field. Like the one you talked about, the conflict of interest, they won't ask you directly what is conflict of interest. They'll present you with a case. What if this happens? How would you handle it? And then you apply. It's more of application of what you have learned during the interview. In my opinion, my panel were 2 people. There were 2 interviewers. Yeah. And the duration was about half an hour for, just an average of half an hour or so.
And when you get
they
in
already
there,
have all your certificates. They have your folder. They just need you to go with your originals.
yep. So you just need to carry yourself with a lot of confidence. Ukienda huko, usitetemeke. Just go with a lot of confidence because like we said, saa zingine ni wanadamu kama sisi. Someone can wake up with the wrong side of the legs. Alafu ikuangukie. Sonia, how was your experience and what were you asked at the interview? And how big was your panel?
My panel was 2 people. Their names escape me now. But I went trying to revise everything. I read because I felt that maybe, it has to be theoretical or whatever we had read or whatever you taught us. I even wondered, I said, I wonder why Mediation Africa didn't give us a written test. I would have been more prepared. But the thing is, mediation requires you to be yourself. And that is what the panel gave me the impression about. Because when you're a mediator, more than anything else, more than a counselor, more than a policeman, more than someone else. It takes a skilled person to bring two parties to compromise. And that is a very unique characteristic and a skill in a human being. I was questioned about why I want to enter mediation and what makes me think I have the skills of being a mediator. I was also asked about my career, how I got into my career, and they went into in depth to find out what I've been doing over the last 5-10 years to make sure that I was up to the mark of their liking. And that was it. I satisfied them in so far as to make them understand why I want to do mediation. They were very interested in that. So those were the questions I had, and I believe I addressed them to the best of my ability, which they accepted, which is why I became a mediator. And then my number today is 1331. Thank you,
Excellent.
God.
Of course. A coffee.
1331.
1331. Sawa sawa. So I hope we have answered most of your questions. Yes.
I wanted to raise an issue on number 9.
Yes, number 9.
Valid certificate of a good standing in a professional body. There's an assumption that each and every person is in a professional body.
Yes.
What if you are not in a professional body?
That is why we are trying to create this association so that we can write you that letter.
So we need
recommending you.
to wait until our association is registered, or what?
No, at the moment, just write to them, giving them all the other recommendation letters away from your professional body up until we are going up and running. But we will not hold you back because of that. It might or might not work. Cherono, what do you think?
If you are not in a good, you are not.
If you're not a member of a professional body.
Yes.
Because not all of us are members
Not all
of
of
any
us are in professional
bodies.
bodies, although we have done a lot of work.
That's the problem of staying close to a neighbor who keeps on telling you this.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
neighbor, please allow me to concentrate. So, but he's a very good neighbor. That one you caught me off guard. For the certificate of good stand,
No. With in a
professional body.
body.
So your question is, yes, yes, yes. So professional bodies, yes. I think there's one of our students, Bwana Director,
yes,
who mentioned in the wall that she did not have a professional body, and so she just went and explained herself, and she qualified for accreditation. But I would say the best is to be in a professional body. Yes.
I'll also let you know what I did with that because I wasn't in a professional body. But at the time when I was getting accredited, I served a lot in the NGO world. So what I did is I went to some of the organizations that I have worked with. Like I worked a lot with IRC, International Rescue Committee. I also worked a lot with SHOFCO, Shining Hope for the community. And I demanded your relationship, ya hiyo miaka yote, you must write me a letter. And they did. And it ilipita tu. Yes, no, but a lot of times they normally tell you that those letters should be less than 3 months. 3 months. So try, yes, of course, those other ones will add value, but emphasize na zile za 3 months. Yeah, 3 months before your accreditation. Yes, any other question? Any other question? I'm feeling like we will need just as before you go for that interview, we could be meeting, encourage each other, revise ourselves. Cindy. So anytime that you're called for the interview and we get to know that there's a lot that is going for the interview, let's just make a point of meeting before, even if it is online. Sindio, kuna watu wako mbali that we might not be able to reach them, even if it is online. Let's just meet, encourage each other. We can even rehearse the questions until we feel prepared. Then we release you, of course, ask God to go ahead of you. We pray together.
Director, I have
Yes.
something. There's one of our students who traveled all the way from Kiambu to come to Bomet. He was not accredited. Newton Mwandi, I think, I don't know whether he's around. He traveled all the way from Kiambu to Bomet. And when he came for my session, I told him, you know what, you have come today for the session, for mentorship, just to see how it happens. But tomorrow we have a sensitization. So he said, I can sacrifice and join you in the sensitization. And so he came for the sensitization. And when he came for the sensitization, the next week he was called for interview. And Newton, what he told the panelists is that last week I was in Bomet doing sensitization. Do you know he got direct accreditation? Let's appreciate him. Because he traveled all the way simply to come. So also jitume. In English we say, send yourself. Is it direct? Send yourself. Take the message. Please come. Because he was not sure even what will be asked in the interview. But what did he use? I was with Daisy in Bomet, and we sensitized over 500 members of the public, and I saw how mediation is. And the next thing he even posted, I got a direct accreditation. Why? You have shown effort that you can travel all the way from Kiambu to Bomet to simply see what is really happening. And as director says, when you're going for interview, alert us. Was it November session when students were going for interview, majority of the students, what did we say? Let us have a link, let us talk. So, and thereafter we found that most of our students qualified. So I think it's very important to get in touch. Thank you, Derek.
All right. So having said that, see, Cherono can be our chairperson when it comes to motivating and preparing our sindio. Si we agree? So wakati unajua unaenda ati lakini she was number 2 in the country. So si anaweza tu wakati anytime that you are about to sit for that exam, I mean for that interview, please reach out to Cherono. Let's create that dialogue. Tukue tunaongea, anatuombea, anatuprepare, and we are released to. Na pia those sensitization things, yeah, sensitizing, being active matters, sensitization of mediation. They are very important because there's a huge gap. And the reason why we are filling the gap is because the market, core ground, things are different. People do not know about mediation. Yes, you wanted to say something better. Oh, okay.
To state that what you're saying is very, very true. Because down at the ground, we have the very, very vulnerable people who really need these services, yet they don't know. I was in Homa Bay at a place known as Lambwe Valley, and I happened to meet a lady who did not know what to do with herself. She's been living in Nairobi. She's gone to live in the community, and she's got her land, which for many years she was not using. And then her neighbors have been accustomed to be using her land. Now she's reclaiming her land, therefore there's conflict. And I tell you, between her and all her neighbors, there was war, big war. And since I knew this lady, I managed to convince her to find ways and means of talking matters of peace, talking matters of reconciling with her neighbors. We held a meeting with the neighbors, and I talked with the neighbors. By the time I was leaving, people were laughing. People were greeting each other. People were saying, what is it? Where did we go wrong? And a case that had been taken to court, this lady agreed she's going to take that matter out of court. And I left people laughing. So there is a lot of need in the communities.
The community. Very good. And I think that need in the community, a matter sensitization begins with us. Sisi wenyewe, si ndio? Now, maybe I think what is prudent to do is we could match people according to their regions so that ukiwa kwenye uko, you are able to talk to someone. Either you communicate with that person because we have guys. Nani ako mbali sana? Mombasa, do we have someone from Mombasa? Do we have someone from Mombasa? Someone from Mombasa?
I'm from Kilifi, but just border in Mombasa.
Yes, Kilifi and Mombasa is very close. I think we need to match people depending on where they are from. Is there anyone else from Mombasa on the physical team? On the online team? Samuel uko peke yako? It's
Coast,
okay.
you talk of coast region.
Can I?
Yeah, region.
The whole coast region.
Coastal region. Whole of coastal region. Gitao, you're also from the coastal region. Hey, Gitao ameenda safari.
I'm currently in Kajiado.
Kajiado.
I'm doing my class online.
All right. So
But
let's.
I'm normally in Kiambu.
Kiambu. Okay, sawa sawa. So Samuel will link you up to people in the coast region. Mr. Mala, please note, Mr. Samuel, we need to match her to, I think, Dr. Dorcas. All the coast region people. Any other person who is, which is the other region? Let's go. Pande yako ni gani? Rift Valley. People from Rift Valley. Rift Valley. Online, kuna mtu wa Rift Valley? Rift Valley. Hakuna mtu wa Rift Valley? Okay, let's be more specific. Rift Valley ni wapi na wapi na wapi? 14 counties in Rift Valley. Nakuru. Samburu. Samburu, Kericho, Narok, Kajiado. Kajiado. I had someone from Gitao says he's in Kajiado. Kajiado bado. Oh, him is Kiambu. Okay, sawa sawa. You reside in Kajiado.
I'm in Kajiado for an assignment,
Yeah?
but my base is Kiambu.
Oh, okay, okay. His base is Kiambu. Okay, Kajiado. I think Kajiado. Kajiado is too broad for Cherono. Kajiado, all Kajiado people. Yeah, that is Kajiado. Okay, let's write. I am. Who will be in charge of your welfare so that you can be meeting in the Kajiado locals, ama mnatafutana, mnakunywa chai. You discuss about the challenges that you're going through. Okay, she'll be in charge. Okay, write your names. I am mtu wote wa Kajiado. Start with your name. Start with your name. Ngong. Betha. 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 Betha Okach. Make sure you get her number. I have chairman. You also need to create a WhatsApp group so that you can be getting in touch. Kajiado, next person, James.
James Gishanga. The CH.
Shanga. Any other person from Kajiado? Salome. Salome Okoth, Kajiado. Any? Pressure L. Pressure L. Lagat. L is Lagat. Any other person from Kajiado? Kajiado. 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 Okay, sawa sawa. Which is the other spot?
There's Leah from online.
Yeah.
Leah from online.
Okay, right. Leah from online.
Leah Chanimbaga.
Okay, any other person from Kajiado? Leah. Okay, Leah said. Any other person online? Kajiado? Kajiado. Hakuna Kajiado. Haya, wacha tumalize. Kuna watu wa Kiambu. Najuaga watu wa Kiambu. Kiambu hands. Gitao, there's Gitao online, Kiambu.
Yes, I'm online.
Who's in charge? Who will be their chair?
I'm online. I'm in Kiambu.
Okay. But now, Gitao, I can see you're driving. Are you able to write? You're not able to write. We can see your ear. Okay, let's have somebody from physical who can be able to write. Okay, sawa. Ni nani ako hapo? Okay, sawa. Right, you have a pen? Let's write. Okay, start with Gitao. Gitao ni wa Kiambu. Any other person online? Any other person online ambaye ni wa Kiambu? Kathleen, yes, Kathleen is from Kiambu. She can actually mentor all of them. She's attached at Githunguri Locals. So any other? Make sure you get Gitao's number. Gitao, hebu sema namba yako ndo tuchukue.
0725 940 940.
Very good. Sawa. I don't think there's any other person, Kiambu. In person, hands up, Kiambu. Nani mwingine alikuwa Kiambu? Write your name. Have you written your names? Kathleen KK. Kathleen KK. Umeenda lunch.
No, I'm here. I'm here.
Very good. Please share your number so that we can get in touch with you and you can mentor some of us.
0718 306 342. 0718 306 342.
Very good. So tupatane huko Kiambu, tukunywe kachai, kahawa. Let's create a WhatsApp group. Anytime that Kathleen has, mlikuwa mnatafuta mentorship. Kathleen can mentor you now. Sawa.
Thank you very much. Yes.
The other person, ni wapi watu wana Nairobi town? Nairobi town ni wengi. Nairobi town si kumaanisha milimani, da. Haya. Take your numbers. Who's your chairperson? Chair lady. Au ni watu wa Java? Watu wa Java. Haya, sawa. We're starting from where? Online, town, milimani, places like that. Online, nani tuko naye? Online, watu wa town, Nairobi town. Okay, hakuna. Haya, watu wa in person, please raise your hands. Shoro, Pamela, I thought you're okay. Pamela Shoro. Sio Meru. Haya, Pamela Shoro. Haya, Achi. No, Pamela is in. She's in. Yeah. Okay. At least all of you are in person, so we can get numbers later. Achi. Anyone else? Nairobi town? Yes. I win. win. You can have two places. Sawa, ulipatiana Kiambu, yes, and Nairobi. Sawa. The bigger the team, the merrier. So, name? Okay, ndio hawa wote utaconfirm kama wako hapo. Yes. Yeah. Oh, by the way, we have the Isli community, Somali. Haya, tumemalizana na Nairobi town. Isli community. Isli community. Isli community. Isli is Nairobi. So mpatane tu uko very good. Sawa, tumemalizana. Kileleshwa pia is Nairobi. Umepatiana jina yako? Patiana jina yako.
Kindly add me to Nairobi.
Who are we adding in Nairobi? Ni nani? Connie.
Connie, yes.
Haya, Connie Ogot, Nairobi.
Emmanuel from Nairobi.
Emmanuel Were, Nairobi. Let's create that group. Emmanuel. Okay. What were Emmanuel Were? Please shout your number.
My number is 0723 9429 02.
Connie, your number? Connie Ogot?
0724 720 723. I'll repeat 0724 720 723.
Ann Babu in Nairobi.
All right. Yes.
I'm thinking that.
Yeah. Just leave it one. Yeah, okay.
On the WhatsApp group, you have the name of the Nairobi person, then
Yeah.
you contact that person with your numbers because we're around 20. We can't give
Yes.
the number for Judy.
What we'll do is we'll just be in touch with
With
her,
Judy,
the
yeah.
chairman.
If we have
So-
Judy's number, then we will get in touch
but
with
you
her.
guys can be getting in touch.
Yeah.
If there are those target groups that we have said we want to apply by, you are closer to each other, you can be able to reach
Yeah.
each other faster and hit
Okay,
those target.
yeah, that's a very good suggestion.
Yes.
Since I think we were 12 cohorts or something.
Yes.
I think we just create a whole list of the different sections and post it in each group with
Yes.
the numbers, and
Yes.
then everybody can plug in,
Yes.
including the ones who didn't show up.
Exactly. Yeah, including the ones who did not show up, because this is not only for those who paid, it's for all of us. Sawa sawa. Aya. The next, okay, sawa sawa. Achi is a timekeeper. So let's move on to the next region.
Allow me to comment on that.
Yes.
I think because you have the common chat for the whole group, if you are to put the readers and their numbers in the main chat group, we are going to get everybody, even those who are not conversant with this conversation, being told to contact this person for this region, contact this person for this region. I think what that would save now more time on the deliberations about how we can get in touch. Thank you.
Excellent. So yes, and that is the idea that has just been raised, and we will insist on that. Let's move on. The other region, Eastern region. Machakos, Dadada, Makueni. Eastern region. Hatuna watu wa Masaku. Okay. All right. Sawa sawa, tuende Central. Central si ni akina Kiambu ama hao ni wa Nairobi. Central. Nyeri, Murang'a, Doedoi, Aku, Kiambu. Haya. Okay, watu wa Western. Western hata online. Western.
Is Kiambu in Central?
Yes, Kiambu.
Okay.
Yeah, so you are
Kiambu
asking
is
I think we
metropolitan
already
in
covered
Central.
that one. Yeah, we already covered that one. Let's say, okay. Nani? Kisumu? There was Kisumu. What was Kisumu? Kisumu is Nyanza. Kisumu, Nyanza. Yeah?
I am here.
It's too wide. Okay. At least we can get the few that are here. Aha. Let's see this. Are you able to meet? You two. The two of you are able to meet. And you will join them. See, we are able to meet. Pande za Kisumu. Sindio?
Yes, you are.
Yes. So who will be your chair? And are you in a position to write their names?
Yes, I can.
Okay. So please shout your name.
Mahenya William.
Mahenya William.
0722.
0722
588 169.
588 169.
Right.
Okay.
Betha Kokach. Betha is Bether. Kokach is Kokach. And the number is 0712 294 120.
Okay. Okay, for Kisumu, I have two. For Nyanza, I have two names.
No. Rosila Waringa. 0724 550 285.
Okay.
Excellent. Sijataja wa wapi? You're from? Thika. Watu wa Thika? Thika ni Kiambu. You're supposed to be with the Kiambu guys, eh? Kiambu guys. Kiambu Shaman. Shout your name.
Yes, Thika is Kiambu.
Yeah. Teresia. Tapatana.
Hi, I'm also in Ruiru.
You're Ruiru. Shout your name. Shout your name and your number.
Monica Karanja. I'm in Ruiru.
And your number?
0725 083 860.
Sorry to ask, why are we separating Ruiru and Kiambu? I'm also in Ruiru.
Ni Kiambu, ni same. No, it's the same. It is the same.
Ruiru is in Kiambu. That's where I live.
Yes.
Yes,
It is the same. We are all in the same group. Tuko pamoja sisi wote. Haya.
Okay.
Wapi Eastern? Eastern Embu, watu wa Embu, Eastern Embu. Eastern Embu, you're alone. Aya. Amewaruka, amekuwa wa Nairobi. Mr. Omala? Mr. Omala. Okay, sawa. You shall let us know, then we will match you to someone. We can find people from Embu. Yes, from Embu and the Eastern region. Any other place that we have left? Nani hatujasema kwao?
What about Nyeri?
Where?
Nyeri.
Nyeri. Haya, kuna Nyeri na kuna Kericho. Kericho, you have Rift Valley, you have Akina Cherono. Please get in touch with Cherono. It's the most vibrant region in terms of mediation. Any other? Nyeri, watu wa Nyeri?
Nakuru.
Nakuru is Cherono.
Okay.
Nakuru is Cherono.
Mr. Director.
Yes.
You are not clear on Western region. Western now covering Kakamega, covering Busia, covering Bungoma, and all those Western counties.
Very good. Western County. Western in-house, Western online. You're just by yourself.
Yeah, I'm from Western also.
Do not worry. I'm sure there are many of you that
Busia side of Western.
very good. Tuko wengi ni vile hatukukuja hapa sisi wote. But we have noted you, so we'll slot you in onto the other. We'll match you with other people, including
Okay, okay.
Wanyeri, including watu Wanyeri. Ni wapi kwingine? Watu wagani wengine? Sawa sawa. Well, having said that, I think we have matched everyone to a place. We have given responsibilities and created subcommittees. Unfortunately, you've left this responsibility still with me. I did not want to have it. It would have been better if it came from you, but at least we've made a step forward. Is there any other pending thing? Okay, yes?
Thank you. Now, you've been talking about this association for the peace or whatever. I think some of us are not aware about it.
Yes.
And maybe you can highlight something so that you can know whether we are, how to join or how.
Very good. Now, this association that we have been trying to form was meant to be for yourself. Yes?
And sorry, maybe we came in late. Have we, and when do we decide the temporary or the office bearers of our association?
I am loving the conversation. Could we do that? Do you feel we should do that now? Very good. Excellent. That is what brought us here. Amen. Thank you very much. That is why you paid 5,000. Yes?
Just have a concern.
Yes.
And an idea that
Yes.
I wanted to share out so that you can all hear. This association, to me, I view it as LSK.
Yes.
To me personally, I don't know of you as a director. So now if we categorize it into regions, yes, it's good, but at some point there will be that dormancy because, trying to liars and everyone is busy, it will be effective. But to add on that, it will be more better and more advantage if it has an executive board,
yes,
that even the administration is part of it, and we also have representative from cohorts.
I am very, very happy that conversation is taking that route. Makofi, very good. And I think this would be a beautiful time to hand this microphone to someone here so that we can manage that and we can start electing our leaders. We can start moving in a specific direction, and I can be able to sit down and enjoy and be a member just like you. Sindio, I also am entitled to vote just like you. Sindio, kuja kijana. No? Oh yeah, come. Makofi. Very good.
Director, we will get the experts in the room to do the elections, to support us in the election process. So we'll get the expertise here. But now, I want us to just brainstorm on some of the ideas that were there. And if we have an alternative, yeah? We had the first option, which was in terms of region, like the regions we are coming from. And then we have the second option, which Mohammed just gave us, of the different cohorts. Are we together? Do we have a third option? And then we see whether we can combine all of them. A third alternative, an umbrella. Okay, an umbrella national body where everybody who comes out from Mediation Africa joins in automatically by default and can vie for the position and can actually, are we together up to that point? So we have three alternatives. So do we go for the combined one or we vote? We see which one is the best. Do we go for the first alternative for the region, or we go per cohort every year? They come in with their own chair, and then from the chairs, maybe they elect their own chairs. From the secretaries, they do that.
I have some input on that.
Okay, online.
Because we might have all the chairs coming from the same region if we go with the cohorts. What I would think is let's have the regional chairs who will come together and form the umbrella body, just like how LSK and the rest of the groups does it. That is quite representative for all the regions to be represented. My 20 cents.
Good, very good. Thank you, Muna, for that sense. Gitau, any other from online before we go to the physical? So the first option, yes, Oni.
I just wanted to clarify the reason why what he's saying, Mr. Gitau said is making sense. Because, and I want everybody to understand this, we are all mediators. One of the biggest issue we have these days is competition and EGO. Today, what we want to come here to get together to do is to form ourselves, to get our house in order. Because aside from other important things, we really need to get the mediation aspect rolled out grassroots level. Therefore, it makes sense to have the regional heads act as an umbrella body so that we can all grow with the assistance of one another and we treat one another as equals. So I would go with the option that Mr. Gitau has said. That is my reasoning, and I hope it is obviously open to debate.
Thank you very much. So we have that. It's better we exhaust this because we have even seen from our national politics, from our regional politics, sometimes we can go to mediocrity just because we are looking for representation. Are we together? So let's actually exhaust and make sure that at least we get something that is viable. Yes, let me start with you.
I think this is a clarification between an alumni body and a professional body. When we talk about LSK and we are referring to LSK, LSK is for all practicing advocates. Now we have mediators or certified mediators from different institutions. So when we are forming this body, are we looking at getting everyone who is certified on board so that we form an association which is similar to LSK? Or are we talking about only Peace and Africa, Peace Africa mediators? I would like a clarification either from Daisy or from the director.
So maybe I can give.
I think I would leave that to the members to decide what do you feel will be a bigger impact? Is it, do we take care of ourselves as ourselves, then pressure fanya mambo kinuthia as a national body, or do you think you want to include other people? But then, according to me, okay, yes.
I would just like to make a clarification on your very interesting point. I want to give an example of what is happening in our developments in Nairobi. In a place like Karen Langata, there are more than one associations who is running the show on the ground for representing the residents on the ground. So we can have as many association and groups that are possible we can think of, and we can merge with them later on. But right now, for purposes of where we are and who we are and where we come from, I think it would be better if we starting from where we are right now, and then we work our way up. That's just my 2 cents.
Okay, let me come to Pamela.
As mediators,
Yes.
as peace mediation,
Okay.
Africa.
Okay. So we can actually even have the best scenario, but we have a starting point also. So let's have that in mind. Huh?
Okay, I was to share on the same. Yesterday, I met with someone who's gone through our money for the same. We're working in the same space, and they were inviting me for the same association. So as peace mediation, we need to organize ourselves so that then we can partner with other organizations, and we also need to identify who other people are, because if we're in the same space, we need to partner so that our work and our needs are also, we pull together to push for the same needs that we need to address. So we need to organize ourselves at this level, and then now start inviting other organizations and form the bigger picture.
Thank you, Pamela. Before I come to Betha, can I get one gentleman to give? Yes, Mohammed.
Okay. One thing that I want all of us to be driven in is one objective and one purpose. And to my understanding, the formation of this association is to actually build a network within the mediators so that they can all help each other. So, and to that one, personally, I don't think if the regional leaders can help, because we have different cohorts. Like now, let me talk about the cohort that we did. I think we are only present here close to 5 or 6. The rest are unknown. And maybe they are stuck somewhere, they need help, and no one is aware of them. So if now, let's say Madam Judy was our cohort leader, she can now take the responsibility to look for those who are stuck. They can be assisted, unlike having regional leaders, where those regional leaders at some point may be in the same cohort. While in cohort 6 or 7, they are stuck somewhere. That's one. Two, to add on that one, since we have those cohort leaders, we also need to have the administration like Madam Daisy or the director, who are also part of it. They can help us at some point. Like, let me take a good example. Madam Daisy, she's an experienced thought, you see, so she can help in guiding. And in that association, we will be having students combined with trainers. So now my urge is we should have inclusivity. And inclusivity can come by having the cohort leaders, not regional leaders.
So I think what is coming out of this discussion is that we can actually get the ideal position where we have a combined form. We have the alumni and then we have the regionals. So regionals is basically to get hold of the people who are on the ground. But let's hear.
Dear mediators, yeah. I would ask ourselves, do we view ourselves as professionals? That which we are doing and which we want to do, is it a need in our society? Are we fulfilling something that is very important? Are we serving this nation? And if the answer is yes, let's go for it full swing. Let's demonstrate and let Kenyans know we are a professional body that is capable of handling things professionally. We are a body that is able to do things well, that these citizens are able to trust. And we are answering a call from the Kenyan Constitution. There was a need when the 2010 Constitution was passed for mediators. We have stepped in and we have filled that gap. Let us come out and put it and let the people know we are here, we are professionals. Many of us are trained here, others are trained there, but they can come and join and we make a strong body to do this work. We want to go out there and sensitize our people. We can only sensitize our people if we are a strong body. We can do that, and then regionally, we can have branches. We can have central branch, we can have Kisumu branch, and these branches then will reinforce what we are doing. So for me, to demonstrate that we are professionals, let us form a professional body.
Okay, last comment to Helen before now.
I think I still have a question, and I would like our chairman, the insurance person here, I think he's an advocate. I want you to answer my question. When I saw the notification, it talked about alumni. That is the association we are forming. So I would like to know from you, is an alumni a professional body or a professional association?
Go ahead.
Well, of course, you see, for any group to be registered as a professional association, you have to have a curriculum that is administered by a certain body. you go through a training program for a period of time, has external examiners and stuff like that. And that's why lawyers, doctors, and all those people. When you talk about professional groups, I belong to an association called Association of Insurance Brokers of Kenya. There is even Association of Kenya Insurance, but they are not professional. They are business organizations that advocate for the well-being of our industry. So when you put in and bring in, I'm not saying we are not professionals in terms of mediation, but then for us to be able to be recognized as such in law, then it will require much more in terms of training. For instance, there are all these manner of organizations that are training. They may be using only the curriculum or other curriculums, but is it admitted by the Higher Education Board? Because that is the body that accreditates all the trainings in Kenya for professionals. So for me, I think this body, as we form it, first of all, is a lobby group. It's whether you want to call it an alumni or an association, is basically to fight for the welfare of mediators. It is the one now going forward that you fight for accreditation in terms of a professional body, where we can even now come with a school. And you go through a certain, because any profession obviously has to have a way how they examine their bodies. Remember, there are so many people who become mediators, chiefs, with tremendous respect to chiefs, and any other, without necessarily having to go these really rigorous educational programs that they have. If you look at where we are now, I believe most of those people here have gone to school, like what we have gone through, but there are many, many other people who have not have your experiences. A chief will come, he only went to standard 6 or CP, he'll train as a mediator and he'll be accredited. But he has no the qualifications that a professional of that profession has gone through. So at the point in time, respectively, I don't think we can register as a professional group because there is much more that goes with it. What we can be able to have is a lobby group, and what do you call a trade group or whatever that pushes and advocates for the welfare of our interest. Some of the issues that we can be able to be looking into as we go forward is 20,000 shillings for a multi-million claim that you're going to get out of court, where a lawyer will charge 4 million or 10 million shillings. You only get in 20,000. Those are some of the issues that the lobby would be fighting for. Recognition, what does that recognition mean? When you want to set up offices. So there are many, many things that we can think of as a professional body, but I think for now, my honest belief from a legal point of view is that we need just a strong association that then will be able to bring all the mediators together, and then the work of how we want to professionalize this profession would become. I know when honorable, honorable is always honorable. Mheshimiwa talked about LSK. First of all, although some of us lawyers are in this, they will tell you, we are not the darling of the lawyers. Because you keep basically taking, they can't finish it, but we are taking their cheese, or you are taking actually our cheese and eating it slowly. So don't think that they will be very, very happy. That just to allow that space. You have seen the kind of concerted effort LSK has had to weed out the number of quote unquote fake lawyers. Some of these people are actually trained. The only thing they don't have is a practicing certificate. So LSK takes anybody who purports to work as a lawyer very, very seriously. Remember, LSK is actually an act of parliament. So LSK is recognized at law. So are we recognized as such? So those are some of the major differences. Kenya Medical Practitioner Dentists Union, the same way. So we have, but if you look at the training of all these professionals, engineers, Association of Kenya, architects, there's a specific period of time that you train to become a professional. So I think here, fine, yes, we have trained, we have our own background work as professionals that we do, but I think for this organization, for this association that we want to form, or we are forming, cannot necessarily qualify for the title of a professional. But that is with tremendous respect to all of us because I know we are professionals. But we can be able to have a group or an association that charges and works for the welfare of the members. And we have quite a number of things that we can be able to work it out until to the extent that is now respected as a profession. But that is the work of the pioneers, and we are the pioneers.
Asante sana wakili for that input. I think because this is the most crucial part, the next will just be to say who is the most popular person, who can we elect as the chairperson, the secretary. Let's exhaust, eh? And I will just want to give a chance to the lady at the back. Introduce yourself, please, and
Thank you. I'm Claire. I just wanted to add what Wakili has said, because I belong to a profession of Public Relations Society of Kenya, and it had to be anchored in law. We started off as an association, and then now we fought to be anchored in law. We are still fighting. I think you're all aware that the IPRAC bill is yet to be passed. So my suggestion would be we first move on as an association, and then now we can look at how can we anchor ourselves later. Because if I think the reasons we came here, personally, I struggled. I told the group I was unwell, actually, I was seeing a doctor. But after listening to you online, I was challenged. I asked myself, yes, I'm done with the doctor. I need to do the team so that we can work together and elect representatives for us. So I think we can start by maybe the cohorts, or we can start with who do we suggest? We can propose names and then vote for against those we have voted and the positions. And then from there, we can later focus on how can we be a professional body, because as Wakili has said, he belongs to LSK, someone else belongs to another body, and we are all professionals in our own right. Thank you.
thank you very much, madam. Yes, James. We'll end with James, and then we have a conclusion.
I'd like to just give us food for thought for maybe a future outlook. We realize that we have other nationals apart from just Kenyans. So perhaps whatever we decide to do and form can be as a long-term thought, whereby whoever comes from this association, when she goes back to Ethiopia, she's recognized because she's a member of what we have here. And during our training, you talked about being a chartered mediator. So we can look into that as another step, in that when someone comes from this association, chartered, it becomes another platform where our goal would be not just local, but also international.
Thank you very much, James. So I think what is coming out from the discussion, I'll come back to you, Helen. What is coming out from the discussion is that we might have an ideal position where we want to be, but of course we have baby steps. So the first baby steps are that one, at least now we have an alumni, and this is the 8th cohort, 12th cohort. So we have 11 other people before the last group that some of us who were trained yesterday. So what are we saying now? That we start with those cohorts. We will agree to get an administrative point, maybe 3 people at most, the chairperson, the secretary, and the treasurer. Can we start from there? Is that in agreement? And then from the alumni, we now give opportunity, because there's nothing as bad as getting people on a WhatsApp group, like there are 30 or 40 of them, and they're all quiet, and you're a chairperson. It actually makes everybody feel disappointed, because you're like, you really understand why we were in the same group in the first place. And that has happened. I think I know a few counties where I've worked with in different non-governmental organizations. And when you have a group of lawyers together, people even fear to discuss in that group, because they're like, hey, Mr. Kenyanze kesi hapo. They go, they have medical people, another. But when you bring all these people together, and I think there's an idea around the country that is shaping, that people are tired of this crisis and, kushtakana and kesi. So people are looking at a place where they can find opportunities, where they can pick business and ideas, and where they can actually find contacts and opportunities of people to help them. Is that not the case? Actually, we have reached at that point, because people thought the devolution and all this will bring opportunities, but they're finding devolution is also another, it has its own advantages and disadvantages. So I think this mediation and the fact that I remember I asked Madam Daisy in our first class, and I asked her, first and foremost, I was trying to look at the constitution before I came to this class. Is there a place where this, whatever we are doing here is covered? Because I also don't want to get myself, because everybody's a lawyer nowadays in our country. So she was very, we were able to clarify the ADRs and where it is in the constitution. So we are highly covered. And the fact that, in fact, the highest people who make decisions for this country, the judges, are actually calling for this process, means that there is a very big need. So are we together after that point? So we can bring representation, we can bring people from Mandera, from Kajiado, and they will come to the same table, and they really do not understand what you're saying. So as pioneers, I think it is good to just put the best foot forward and then start on the right note. Then we will get the rest of the country really picking up these opportunities. Are we together? So what have we agreed on? We have said that we start with the alumni, because now we have the alumni. We have 12 of them. And Mediation Africa is actually being seen as one of the best institutions, or the one now at the OPM. So if we give it our best as the first pioneers, it might actually be the one accommodating the professional body of mediators. And the fact that you can run, there's a doctor sitting here, there's a waziri sitting here, there's somebody from the community grassroots sitting here, we can get a lot of opportunities, and we can actually run with the chances that are here. Actually, we might fight the next classes. It's actually majority of the people sitting here will be lawyers, because now they will find the opportunity of why they will have to have all these skills. Tuko pamoja? I come from a background of community for the last 15 years, so I know sometimes what it can mean. Even an NGO, when you see a lot of NGOs with a lot of lawyers, people back out and they try to look for other things which they can do. So we are saying there's an opportunity. We still need our lawyers to help us in a few other things, but there's a big chance and gap for mediators to fill. So can we start with the first opportunity that, we will get the group of alumni on board. So we have a whole WhatsApp group. So we have the first alumni and the chair, just a chair, not anything else. And then the second, the third, until we reach the 12th class, which was just finished yesterday. And then from there, now we have at least 3 people. We have the representation, which we can call the administrators. And then now we have our trainers and people from Mediation Africa joining in, so that they can also give a guide, because this is a still new field and people can get those kind of opportunities. Are we together? And then the third and fourth baby steps will be now to get people like Wakili and others to come in now to tell us what are the next steps that we need to make this actually a professional body. That when somebody comes in, they can know that there are pioneers ahead of them, there are people who can hold their hands, and you can actually be very comfortable and you can make decision and lobby using the forum. Are we together, or there's any other addition which we have left? Yes, Pamela? Anything we have left out?
Yeah, for me, for the idea of cohort, it feels it will be a bit tricky, because we'll keep coming back to the table to elect someone. But if we take it in region, then it will be, maybe if we have how many regions in Kenya, then it will be something that is already set. And then we'll have people from different cohorts being in the same, different cohorts being in the same group and sharing their different experience. So it will be something that's been set. And then in alumni, it's automatic that everyone who's gone through the training, but the association needs a constitution that now gives us the guideline of how we operate.
Thank you very much, Pamela. Actually, I was trying to write that so that I don't forget. Thank you for bringing it out. Now, as we have the alumni, can we have the former 8 regions? Because we are still a very new outfit. So we have the Rift Valley, we have the Central, we have Nyanza, we have Northeastern, we have that. And then as people grow, then we can go into our counties. So now it becomes very specific and very grassroots. Are we together? Is this something we can start with, the 8 former regions? Because now we have our history. We cannot also throw our history whenever we are trying to look for a better opportunity. Then as people come in and as the professional body grows, then we can go into the sub-county so that we know what are the specific issues on the specific areas. So thank you, Pamela, for bringing that. So I hope we have captured that. So we have said the alumni, because now we have the different classes. And then now we have the alumni going into their regions, the 8 bigger regions, the Central, Nyanza, Coast. And then now, if those regions find out that we have like all of us going into Nairobi, then they break down. Or if you're all going, for example, all of us in coast, then coast will be broken down into those because you can have one region having a number of people. Yeah, so they start at the counties and then now we go to the county level. So before I wind and we try and give, because then, yes.
My concern is that when we are dealing with the alumni and the cohorts, we are specifically targeting those that were trained by Mediation Africa. Yet we have so many that are being trained by other institutions. If we want to include them, how do we go about it? Because it would be very nice to have other people that have been trained by other institutions. We help each other and we work together.
Thank you very much, Benta, for that. See, we have said we are on a baby step, yeah? So it means first we have to get our house organized, then we can invite the neighbor to come in. Is that not right? Yeah. So that will be the next step, but it's a very important point. I hope it will be captured there. Yeah. Yes, Judy.
Sorry, not to sound like I'm repeating what you're saying. It's exactly what I wanted to say. Since we have 12 cohorts, we have to get their buy-in first. I mean, like what Mohammed said, we are like 6 of us in our cohort here today. We have to go back to the cohorts, get the buy-in, and then I'll form the group before we reach out to other people in other we've been trained in different mediation. But we have to get the buy-in. And from what the conversation we've had, we're basically supporting each other. So we get our training, our license, our accreditation. When we have all that in order, it's easier to get other people on board because now practically everybody coming from Mediation Africa is accredited. So it's easy to get a buy-in. So I think we get our house in order, we go back to our cohorts, get everybody in, and then support each other, get accredited, and then move on from there.
I think that's, let me give to Waringa.
Okay. I'm in agreement with what other members are saying, but for me, I think we need to live here, whether we are living with an interim office, let's have the interim office, and then we will now go back and start organizing. My second thought is I would rather we shelve the word alumni and just talk about the mediation. Yes, we know we are all from Mediation Africa. Or I would rather we call ourselves the Mediation Association. Yes. So to me, that would work so that even when people are going back to their cohorts, let's have an interim to start us off. Then we will be able to polish it as we continue. Thank you.
Strong point. Let me give to her then.
Yes, something that I was just wondering about why I'm still stuck on going the region, because if you look at, just from where I sit, if you look at our regions, you will find that most of the cases are related per regions. Like if you are talking about what needs mediation in the north, what needs mediation in Nyanza. If you start looking at the social issues, and then also I'm looking at if we are going regional, then it also helps other regions that are weaker to get an opportunity to grow. Now we are saying the Rift Valley region is ahead of mediation. What is happening in Nyanza? And Nyanza is having so many cases that like succession cases, what is happening? Are there mediators there? Then we will know how do we pull up, how do we support this region also to accept mediation. And it also gives opportunity because as we work in those regions, then we will also be able to create more opportunities for mediators to reach out to regions where there are few of us. And then we build per region. So when someone graduates, then we are able to advise them. You remember you are taught to select regions where you can work. Then we are able to tell them, this area has courts, but no mediators. Are you willing, or what opportunities are in these areas? Then it enables the mediation to really grow wide and regionally. That's my thought.
Yeah, I don't want to delve into what has been discussed. Mine is perhaps to I like the suggestion for Mediation Association of Kenya as a name, but or any other. What I wanted to share is perhaps is to see whether Mediation Africa or ourselves here can take what the marketers call the first mover advantage. Because once you register an association as Mediation Association of Kenya, the registrar of societies, in most of the instances, would not want to register another association in the same profession. So we may want to take the first mover advantage, assuming there is no other association that is already in place. The other thing I would suggest is that it is very unlikely that we'll be able to agree perhaps on modus operandi of how we are going to run. So my suggestion would be is that we elect people who are in online and here, a caretaker committee of 5 or 7 people who now work out on all the details that we require. And then perhaps we come and now do proper elections and whatever else that are going to be there. Just a group of volunteers who will work out on all the modalities and looking at legal and other issues that are necessary. So that at least by the time we leave here, then we'll agree, no, they'll come up and help us to know, do we go regional, do we go cohorts, what do we do? But I think it is a group that is going to work with that project going forward, as opposed to the officials who are here. Because when we talk about officials, suppose you elect somebody who, because he was the chairman or the president of your cohort, is not interested, he doesn't have time, he was not here, he's not understanding what we are talking about, it's gonna be a little bit difficult to understand. But if we are to elect or rather to nominate and have volunteers who essentially now can work with this project, I think we may have a better results in a month or 2 months time when they have worked out on all the issues that needs to be addressed.
Excuse me. Just one. Yes, last one. Yeah. Yeah. Thank you, Akili. I think we have, and if I'm not wrong, maybe Fanyamambo is going to clarify that. We have what you call Association of Certified Mediators. I think, and it's registered. So I think before we then decide what we are going to call ourselves, we need to consider that we already have a registered association.
That was the next thing that we were going to. Now that we already have an organization that has been working very closely with Mediation Africa, what will be the role of the Kilimani certified mediators in this process? Can they help us? Can they be part of it? In fact, I think I had raised it. It's good you have brought it up. Now, I think we need to bring this into conclusion. And what the lady just sitting next to, Salome, I think what Salome mentioned is very important. We have also to agree on the time of the interim. Because imagine we start this association and then it picks up and people are all over and then it's in the media and then people call you and tell you, now you have to get out, you have to do the elections. And you're like, what is the procedure? So we have to set a time. If it is 1 year that the interim members will be in, if it is 6 months, we have to agree now before we put people in the office, because we have had such scenario. You go even to an organization and you find yourself in a situation where you're like, did I really think about this thing before I was here? Yeah, because once it picks up and people see that it's really working and it's really out, then they call you, they're like, do you know you are an interim? Do you know we have to do an election tomorrow? And you're like, we have a process that we need to fulfill before we actually come into the main people who are ready. Is that not the case? So what can we agree on the time frame first before we have the interim, before we even call the interim? Yes, someone at the back.
Excuse me, can we hear from Fanyamambo first? Huh?
Okay.
For us to get direction also.
Okay,
Kindly.
Maybe Fanyamambo, you can follow this and then we can now know.
Good afternoon once again. I think we are in a good space. You know what happens whenever there's a vacuum, human beings rush to try to fill that vacuum. There are mediators who have an association around Kericho and Nakuru. Kisii is doing the same. Nakuru is doing the same. And a few other people are doing the same. And what you are doing at Peace Africa is also beautiful and commendable because you realized there was a gap that needed to be filled. And you came in, and what you're doing is wonderful and is commendable. Nothing wrong with it. Now, having said that, everybody forms an association depending on how they are wired. The people in Kisii made an association that I hear is very strong and vibrant, and she knows because their mind thought about Kisii. There are those in Meru who thought about Meru, and there is you who is thinking about Peace Africa. We have a senior citizen by the name Dr. Joy Mbaabu. She's a senior advocate, and we have tremendous respect for her. She's retiring. Her mind was national, and she started the Association of Certified Mediators, and it's been registered as a national organization. As we speak right now, all we are trying to do is to say, Peace Africa, tengenezeni yenyu, tufanye kazi pamoja. Kisii muko na yenyu, tufanye kazi pamoja. Mombasa muko na yenyu, tufanye kazi pamoja. So from where we sit as an association of certified mediators, I don't want to discourage you, but you will have that carrot block hapo mbele. You may not be able to register another association, as Wakili said, because this one is there. But we want you to meet together because you have something unique that binds you, like now the ones in Kisii and Meru and all the other places I have said. We want you to have that association of some sort that works for you and with you. And when we have that association, let us find a way to work together with the bigger umbrella body. For us, we shall be happy to have elections at the national level for the Association of Certified Mediators and have some of you occupying those national offices. We shall be happy to have the people in Kisii being the people representing the Association of Certified Mediators from Kisii and all the other places. So proceed with this process, build something beautiful, but Panyamamba will be waiting for you on this side. Nuambie karibuni, tufanye kazi pamoja, because there's already a national association. I think all I'm trying to say is that you have tried to fill in a vacuum, and there's nothing wrong you have done with that. But even as you do it, just know that something national is already been formed. There's a mediation bill that is before Parliament, and we are trying to see how we can make it a creature of statute. Those who we are talking about LSK, I usually tell you my background is in law. LSK is a creature of statute. It was created by an act of Parliament. That's why they're able to regulate themselves and so on. And that's what we are trying to do for mediation. So we are all working towards that goal of one day having the mediation thing, having a body similar to LSK. It can only be created by Parliament. And I can tell you the bill is there. It went through some stages. It went for some technical things, and it was done. If you allow me another 1 minute, because I probably will not come back here to speak again. There was something about people saying about academic qualifications. I want you to remember one thing. Ideally, the case that is being given to you should have been before a judge. Ideally, the case that is coming to you was supposed to be a case being handled by a magistrate. Do you think at the interview of a magistrate, they would have compromised on any document? Do you think they would have hired a magistrate who they are not sure whether they have a certificate of good conduct or whether that magistrate has got? I want you to answer yourself. Do you think they would have done so? Ideally, the reason they are being so stringent is because they are removing a case from somebody who is so qualified, called a judge, and giving to you. Who are you? Who is this alternative person that the judiciary is entrusting a case to that should have been with somebody who forms the part of the third arm of government? Tuko pamoja. There was the issue of not everybody will be accredited. I will look at you in the face and tell you, not all of you will be accredited. And people love me or hate me for telling them the truth. If we open the door for some people who had some problems that are very genuine, very, very genuine in terms of their papers, what will happen, what is source for the goose is source for the criminal.
We can't hear.
We can't hear you.
We can't hear you. Kindly fix the voice issue. We can't hear anything.
Mr. Kinuthia, we can't hear you.
We still can't hear you.
We still cannot hear you, Mr. Kinuthia.
Already certified or an ongoing, or even the mentors can be in that association?
Now, the Association of Certified Mediators is not a closed door shop. As long as you've done your 40-hour, I want to repeat that, as long as you've done your 40-hour, you qualify to become our member. So we will have you in. And we are also accepting those groups that we have said. You have a whole group in, like now, you have a whole group in Kisii, come as you are. You have this Peace and Africa Mediation, come as you are. We are willing to work with everybody, and no organization is more superior than the other. All of them are good, all of them are doing a beautiful job, and this is what we want to do.
Fanyamambo, before you go ahead, yeah?
Yeah.
And maybe we'll take 2 questions.
Yes.
For Fanyamambo, and then we have to close this session because I think there are other activities that are ongoing.
Okay.
My question before I give to the panelists, is there a membership that people pay? I'm definitely sure we can get that information on the website, but for the sake of us making a decision here, is there a membership fee that people pay to be members in your association? And then secondly, we have learned that you can join in as a member and also as an association. So once we have our alumni, if it goes well with our trainers and the rest of the members, the alumni association from here can be actually a member. And then in the future, maybe we can now look at how that issue of professionalism can come in. I'm not making a decision for the rest of the people, but it's a question that we just want you to answer. So before you do that, maybe you can combine. Can we have 2 questions? The same question I have asked. Thank you very much. Any other person with a question? Okay.
Good. The name is Association of Certified Mediators, ACM. Very simple. It was registered in 2018. And we do have a membership fee. It's only 3,000 shillings per year. And then every year, 3,000 shillings to become a member. And then the annual subscription is 2,000 shillings per year. And as I have said, we are looking forward to come out member. You know, the association that you will form out of this, we are looking forward to you becoming one of us. And we are looking forward to some of your officials actually taking up offices at the national level and working with us. So from where we sit, we only want to grow mediation. And even if I'm chairman, I cannot be chairman for 10 years. At some point, we need to allow her, to allow him, to allow you, to allow him, to allow another person to come and join the association and take the leadership. Si hapo tuko pamoja? So the other question was about what on the same? Those ones will come. You see, sometimes we don't want to tell everybody our secrets if you're not one of us. So just once you become a member, we definitely will work with you because now you're one of us. There's nothing about us that you will not know. And we are happy to work with each one of you. Yeah. So finally, as I finish, there are those people who had, during the training, ordered for my book, my mediation journal, and they never got to get the book. I carried the books for them. And I think that's just about it, yeah? For mentorship, we got your names and we shall be working together. Do not worry about it, yeah? So asanteni sana, what you're doing is good. What you're doing is incredible. We are happy to work with each and every one of you. And the Association of Certified Mediators is a home for everybody, either as an individual or as an association. But there's one thing I'll tell you, hiyo jina fanya mambo is not an accident. I am so aggressive that by the end of this year, all those 1,300 and people registered, or you register ya mark, kama hawatakuwa member as a ACM, I'll resign. I am so aggressive. I will make sure that those 1,300 registered, those accredited mediators, plus all those who are training and those who are planning to train, by the end of this year, kuna vile tu watakuwa members of ACM. Why? Because we preach love. We speak in a loving manner. There's people who love us, they work with us, isn't it? And then we spread the love back to you. And because of that love, you tell a friend, you tell a friend. We want an association where people feel happy and loved. And this is the message we are spreading.
Thank you.
So,
Thank you.
kama hauta join, utatujoin kesho. Thank you.
Asante sana, Fanya Mambo. Before you go and before we clap for you, I would want to tell you a secret, which I'm just getting from this conversation. If I would have gone on Monday to register in Fanya Mambo's certified association, I would have paid 10,000. But if you're a member from this alumni, I think you can pay 3,000 and still access the same information and services. Is that right or wrong?
Come as you are. Just come. Come as you are. We will work together.
Okay.
Just come, eh?
But please
Let
don't
money
go.
be the last concern on your mind.
Okay.
Just come.
The 3,000.
Membership is 3,000. Annual subscription is 2,000 per. For associations, we will tell you. It's not a problem. It's still a small fee compared to anything else. And don't worry about that. I think the most important thing is what we shall do together once we are working together. Yes, individual membership.
Okay, before you go, Fanya Mambo, just kindly keep your
Yes,
your gadget here and don't go. I want to take an opportunity to ask two questions. We ask directly to Fanya Mambo, and then we will have to get an input from our trainers, both Daisy and Dirangu. And then from there now we make our own decision on whether we want to reinvent the wheel or we want to see what is working there and how we can work with it. Are we together? So the two questions will be from James. And who is the next person? Because we can reinvent a wheel and we can all form association. And the next one is Sony. So we give those two chances before Fanya Mambo goes, and then we come back to our, yes, James.
Fanya Mambo, mine is a very quick one for those who want for mentorship. How much is it?
I'll tell you. Next.
Okay.
Okay, it's very easy. Yeah, because there's a question. Okay, basically, this is what we do. Our mentorship right now, I don't want to be the one to say this, but it's the best. And those who are part of it will tell you, and they are here, they'll share with you. We go through 6 cases, 6 judiciary cases, because sometimes it's not just an issue of how much. And through each case, you file a document for each, from the certificate of non-compliance to everything, basically. It's a whole procedure and a whole process. We charge only 20,000. You pay 10,000 when you're starting, and then pole utatafuta 10,000 within the 3 to 6 months. So that's the only charge, yeah? It used to be, I mean, you pay 55,000 for a 40-hour mediation training. So, but now here you're being told, pay only 20,000 over a period of 3 to 6 months. If you come with 10K, but they come to our facility, come to our place, you will love it. Those who've been there will tell you it's a beautiful home for everybody, every mediator. This is the happy language we speak. So come, you will love the mentorship. Just pay 10,000 when you're starting and 10,000 along the way. As long as by the time you're finishing, you've paid the 20,000. There was Sonia before I sit. It's not my meeting.
Mr. Fanyamambo, thank you very much. But your presence here today means a lot to us. It is clarifying a lot of issues, and I'm happy that we're working hand in hand as brothers and sisters, which cements the fact that we are all supporting mediation. My question would be, for example, I'm going through to now, some of us were waiting for badges. As an association, what would you be able to do to help us to get our badges quickly from the office?
Thank you. I'll tell you this. It's a fight we have fought about the badges. We are not starting now. Unfortunately, remember, this is the judiciary. If they called, "We Otieno kuja to print here 50 badges," it would be a big problem. What they have done, they've been forced to procure. Imagine, just for badges. Even an email address. The reason they were using a Gmail email address is because you can't pay somebody 20,000 shillings and tell them, make us an email address as the judiciary. You'll be told, who told you to do that? Yes, so it has to go through the whole procurement procedure. So now the person they have, every time you go there and ask for badges, that person is told, now we need 50 badges. Can you imagine kale ka process ka kujaza mpaka LPO na kila kitu, because they are being paid on taxpayers' money. That is where the problem is. So if it was a private entity, if it was my organization, would print those badges at midnight and you'd have them tomorrow morning. Unfortunately, they have to follow the entire procurement procedure, even to get one biro. And that is where the challenge arises. Most finally, as I said, please, wherever you are, stop thinking that mediation is a side hustle. Stop thinking you're here by accident. I am doing mediation 8 to 5 every day. Come to Kilimani Mediation Center. And we've not taken a single bed sitter mahali kwa kona. They can tell you we've taken a very big space. And it's because we want people to believe in mediation. And ni kitu mzuri. Na mkisha form, unakuja tutafanya kazi pamoja, si ndio? So I'm not here to kill your idea of having to form something of your own. But once you form, tutaangojea pande hii na tutafanya kazi pamoja. So God bless each one of you. And if you had not gotten your book, I have them there for those who had ordered for the books.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Fanyamambo. I think majority of us got our books yesterday. So those ones who have not gotten the books, please make sure you get it. It's actually the whole course well summarized. So if you can get the course, it will really be. We were given an assignment yesterday, and some of us did not have the notes nearby. We just had our book in the bag, and the whole assignment was just very easy. So I think it's worth all the, I think it was 1,000 or something like that. Yeah, in fact, I was like, oh, for a whole book like this, for a course that somebody has taken. Actually, it's a value for money. Thank you, Fanyamambo. So before we move, I think we have made our decisions, but we always want to also get the other side of the story so that we can make proper decisions. So I would want to give this opportunity to Daisy and Dirangu before we finalize. Thank you very much.
Let's appreciate Basa. Good one. It's lunchtime, eh? Let's also appreciate Fanyamambo. I don't know. Unajua kuna wakati unasema, what do I say? Because being a chairperson of Bomet Mediators, we had a chairperson meeting last week on Thursday. And the chair, Honorable Wanjala, stated clearly, he said, there's a recognized Trainers Association, MTA, Mediators Trainers Association. That is for the training institutions. So one person asked a question, one of the chairs, because in Eldoret, we are trying to establish one association called Great Mediators Association, Great Rift Mediators Association. In Nakuru, they have something called ASNAM, Association of Mediators or something. In Kisii, the same. And now the national body, which quote unquote, I would say national, ACM, where our chair is Fanyamambo, is also pushing an agenda so that it becomes the main body of association. But as at now, Honorable stated, and he said, as at now, we do not have the powers to say this is the best association and this is not the best. And so as we are pushing that agenda, it's important to put it in our mind that we can do an alumni as a start off, and then now we grow into the SCM where we will, because what happens in an association? I am a member of KCPA. What do I benefit being a member of KCPA? Kenya Counseling and Psychologist Association. What do I benefit? Do we have trainings? Do we have somebody to hold our hand? You know, so that's why it is a discussion that I think we still have to think through it, so that even by the time we're making a decision, it is a decision that is a solid decision. So I think that those are my views. I don't know whether it will contradict with because SCM, we've held meetings, but Fanyamambo will tell you we've held meetings. When Dr. Joy called us, she said, now let us see how we can make ourselves strong by, for example, Daisy bringing the people who are kule mashinani, wanaingia ACM. You get the point? So that is an agenda that I would say it's still very, I don't know. Because I felt there's a name that came from one of us, Mediation Association of Kenya. Paka nimeiandika in capital letters, MAC. Mediation Association of Kenya. I don't know. That's a food for thought. I don't know. Unajua hata mimi nikisimama kama mediator, associations are many, and what is their agenda? Like, for example, I know for ACM, we can push on our agenda when we are stronger together as a team. So with your permission, Director, I don't know whether the team can agree we start with alumni as we forge ahead on growing. So if we grow wings and we feel we are stronger starting a MAC, why not? If we grow wings and we feel we can attach ourselves to ACM, why not? On Angie, your hand is up, yes?
I wanted to say that you have created this organization, Peace. Yeah? And 400 or so of us registered on our own initiatives to be part of you. We've been empowered. We love you guys. You guys are good. There are gaps. You've explained them today, the new changes that have come through, especially for the cohorts that were there, maybe cohort 1 to 10, we didn't know about straight registration, etc. We knew the pro bono route. Now, it's kind of like we are your team. There is no reason you should be begging us for anything. We are yours. You trained us, you nurtured us. We are challenging ourselves to new pathways into this mediation space that is untapped. So we create an alumni. Can I also say, I'm so Muzungu, I'm so Luo. The word is alumni. There's no such thing as alumni. It is alumni. So this Peace and Africa Mediation Alumni already has a membership of over 400 of us. We plug and play. And those who don't want can step down, but there won't be many. But the rest of us, we work with you. We feel we were trained by the best and we are the best, at least you've told us that. So we work with some swag. So basi, kazi memaliza. We are an alumni. We will then feed into Ms. Kinuthia's, Fanyamambo's thing in time. Associations will come with time. As you know, when you're a member of an association, for example, I'm a member of many, but one is Marketing Society of Kenya. There's so many benefits, training courses, collaborations, international collaborations, blah, blah, blah. But we're not there yet. So we start as this, and I feel you should have just told us hapa mwanzo. You guys, you're our people. We want to create this. Are you on board? Tungemaliza 1 hour back. But my view is we are your people. We are passionate about what you've taught us. And just feel free to know that we're here. I think, is that okay if I say that? I think we know what we got out of our time with you. You don't bully us, you nurture. And me, I'm bullying and saying Tukosawa. Alumni, I think we could start with that and then just really move forward.
Fantastic.
Asante.
Let's appreciate Archie. So do we go with alumni? How many are for the alumni so that we are done with this? I'm looking who is not for so that we can try and get their view. Fantastic. I was not for, but I am now. So put your hand up. So we can start with that as we grow, as we get to grow into greater. But also remember, the members of the alumni is all of us. As trainers, in fact, our director told us, ours, ndio unaona nilikuwa nasema hapana sitaki chairperson. Why? I would want you to take the lead as we are coming in as your assistants. Yes, as we are coming in as, you need this, we can. You know, there are people here who are leaders, great leaders. Tuonyesheni barabara as we will follow. On the matters of Mark, allow me to give you the numbers of Mark. Sonia, you mentioned about the badges. Only 750 badges were procured. 162 have been picked. 588 are still lying in the office. And so sometimes mediators wanasema hatuna badges, but they've not taken the initiative to go and pick. Right now, if you're from admission 1 to 1,000, if you did not get your badge, or if you did not apply, you're supposed to apply 1 to 1,000. And then the next batch will start now from 1,001 going forward. So the best thing that I can tell you now is for those who, I know majority of you are falling from 1,000 and going forward. So you'll just have to be patient. That is the information I got last week. Tell them to be patient. But in case you're 1 to 1,000, please reach out to the office. And that's why the lines are usually there. They tell us, Daisy, peaneni namba, waache kuongea huko kwa ground na hata wapigi simu. So si nyinyi ndio mtawasumbua. Allow me to give you this mark number.
Madam Daisy, just
yes.
on that point.
Yes.
Can we find a way presently
yes.
for members like myself? I don't know if we can think of any out of the box idea or solution for those of us who are waiting and who are working at the same time.
Fantastic, you can.
Yes.
As long as you're a member. I don't know why I did not carry my badge today. As long as you're a member, you can just write an accredited mediator. You print out and you just put it on. Nobody will question you as you wait for them. Because if I show you the sample, I can show you the sample and you can make something of your own. Yes. And I don't think that will be a crime because you are trying to help yourself to be identified. That is personal branding. So I'll send you how mine looks like. You can go ahead and tengeneza yours. Yours ikikuja from Mark, definitely unatoa ile yako unapeana because see that is fantastic. Great. So Mark number is 07. One minute. The Mark Nairobi office number is 0719 0719 300 883. 0719 300 883. That is the office line where you can always get them from 8 to 5. 8 to 5. 0719 300 883. In case you need any inquiry, in case you feel you're sending an email and it's not going through, just call them. In case you need addition of courts, when you've done like 2 courts and you want addition, call them. In case you need any inquiry on matters, accreditation on matters, is that okay? I think that is important. Yes, Anto. I wish you can use the mic, my Anthony.
I'm just feeling purely from a legal point of view, I would suggest we go a little bit easy on printing those badges ourselves. And if you do, please let it not replicate the one is from Mark. Otherwise, there might be legal issues that you're trying to basically do what they do if you replicate it exactly like that. So you can have yours that perhaps have whatever you want to call it, but let it not look like the one from Mark, both in design and colors and all that. Otherwise, you might find yourself in the wrong side of the law. That's just my own personal view from a legal point of view.
Yes.
So that you just have your own badge written, whatever you want to call it, purely for your own identification, but leave the one for Mark
alone.
Alone.
I think that's an area that I would say we can still consult with them. If I am an accredited mediator, because these cards came recently, initially we were just like that, and we used to complain a lot as mediators. When you go to the court and you're not known, they have to tell you who are you and all
If they
that.
allow you, I don't have a problem.
Yes,
I'm only saying,
but I think we can.
Don't do it without their
fantastic.
authority.
That's a very good. I would say that is good. We go slow on it, but allow me to consult. If in case it is an okay, I will also put it clearly, because initially we never used to have the badges. So we used to go to court with the same way he's saying, just something that shows you're a mediator. You know, you can just write accredited mediator, mark number 5, or let me use mine, 551 of 2019. So whenever I go, I just show the card and it is okay. But I can still do further consultations. If need be, unatengeneza tu hiyo ya accredited mediator, but you can avoid using the logos or all that. Any other area that you need clarification? You're good to go now? You have a question, Yes. Mike. Yes.
Conversation.
Yes.
We had this session that was facilitated by our sister. We reached a point where our learned friend led us and suggested that we have 7 or a number of people just to sit together, think about this, and see how to steer this thing forward. So as an alumni, will we just say we are just an alumni, or we still need to have the leaders of this alumni put in place, think about this, see how it grows, see how those very good ideas that our brother shared with us, Panyamambo has shared with us, and then see how we can take this thing forward. I hope that is still that cake is still on the table. It has not been eaten, or it has not been taken back to the kitchen.
I like that. What is the conclusion? In brief, that is what was it Benta or Beth? Betha. What is the conclusion? Are we living here having chosen or elected members to represent us according to the cohorts? Or are we living here having chosen members from the different regions to represent us? That is the question you're asking. Ama we are living here to go and think about it. Yes, Basa? Yes.
Most of the people, the consensus that was reached is that we form an alumni.
Alumni.
And then in that alumni, we have an interim team. We can agree whether they will all be physical. And then from that, now people will go into their regional groups. Maybe after 1 year, we can come back together and say which regions have many people and how can we work with other partners who are around us, including the certified members of association. Then maybe like if they already have one like yours in Bomet and those areas, how can people fit into that from that region? But for starting point, I think that's what we were doing the whole of this session where I was there. It's the alumni and then the interim
it's
group.
the alumni.
Yeah.
So, Director, can you take charge from there?
Makofi. Very good. I do not want to take so much of your time because time is really gone. Thank you very much for that session. I think we need to move on to the next part. We need to move on to the next part. one thing I want to let you know that Fanyamambo is not a competitor. So we're not looking at competition, we're looking for complements as much as we're still building. It's still, Association of Certified Mediator is still also a baby. I think since he became chairman, we've only had 1 meeting, 2 meetings. So we're still babies, and the decisions that are being made here are still made there. So there's none that is higher or lower, but we're not competing. We are here to complement each other. If, for example, we say MAC, the Mediation Association of Kenya, suits whatever interests, we will still move to that one. If we feel we want to move to Association of Certified Mediators, that is it. So I believe we are in agreement on that. Sindio? So do not feel like you are one mguu moja iko kule na ingine iko hapa hivi. Zote ziko pamoja. So I think from this point hence, let's select, Achi has been pushing me because she wanted to be part of, but she needs to leave. She has a flight to catch to Kisumu. I think what we do is we just continue with the process. You can select, you can choose yourself. I didn't want to stand here. I wanted you to continue because I'm still a member and all decisions that are made are yours, not mine. Yes. But please, let's conclude this as quickly. So as you decide, Achi, as we decide, because you have to leave, Achi has volunteered herself for which role? Yeah?
I don't know the roles, but I want to be one of our
Okay.
champions.
She'd like to be part of the, so as you select yourself, she has to catch a flight to Kisumu.
Bona Director, okay, I just wanted to echo the words my learned friend said. Okay, after Fanyamambo has spoken, I feel like we should have had this organization even yesterday because he has really given us direction. My learned friend has suggested we come up with a caretaker committee that we can charge. We give a responsibility, they can go sit down and then come up with a way forward on even the name, how many leaders can we start with? Is it from the regions, from the cohorts? What are our immediate objectives? What are the timelines? They just come up with something formidable that we can start working up with. Even if they can call us back in 3-month time or whichever time, we then come and now install an official organization that can steer us forward. Kindly. Yeah, that would be my proposal.
Thank you very much. Thank you. We don't want to get the director into our election process because we believe there are very qualified people here. So we have a volunteer who will help us in putting our house in order. But before that, I want one gentleman, because we'll have 2 people, at least Sony and one other gentleman to come over. Oh, Mohammed, thank you very much. So that is the next volunteers. So this will be our commissioners for today. And then now we want, before we officially give over the process, we want to agree on one thing. I think my colleague there has just talked about 3 months. We had a suggestion of 6 months. We had a suggestion for 1 year for the interim office. What is the agreed upon time frame for the interim? Please go ahead, please.
I think 3 months,
3
because that's when they will be working on the groundwork.
Okay.
So once they come back to us, now they're able to give a paper and say ABC. So where are we correcting or where are we moving on with?
Great. So there's a suggestion here for 3 months. We give people 3 months to do some work for us. Will that be enough to actually even just settle and point out what are the major issues on voluntary basis? Okay. It's a very short time. That's what I was thinking. I think interim, for us to get any substantive, yeah? 1 year? Oh, yeah. I think let's just be fair. For anybody to sit down and come up with something substantive, we can give them a year. Is that right? Okay. So we have agreed on the time frame. We have agreed on the, what is it called? The chances that are there, the positions that are there, the chairperson, the interim secretary, and the interim treasurer. For now, what have we agreed on the, is there anything else that we need to do? Maybe their meeting time, their meeting modes of meeting, it can be virtual or physical, because these are now interim. Are we together? They can agree to either sponsor themselves to meet within that period of time, and then they can also decide whether they want to do it virtual. I think from there, then I can give our two commissioners for the day to take over.
Thank sister. So with me is Mohammed, and Mohammed is going to assist us in electing our interim office, which is going to be for 3 months. The positions that we have come up with.
1 year. 1 year.
We've agreed 1 year, huh? All right. So this is valid. So the positions that we have agreed to is 1 chairperson with a vice, secretary with a vice, treasurer with a vice, a legal representative, and a cohorts representative.
I think 1 year is too long. Considering it's interim, I think we should do 6 months. Yeah?
And we could do it 6 months. Are we okay with the time frame? 6 months is okay. Can we have a show of hands? 6 months, 6 months.
6 months.
If I don't see hands, that means people are not interested. If I see hands, that means people want it. Do we want it? Yes. Okay. Okay, wonderful. 14 hands raised, and on the net, people on the net, we are not ignoring you. 1, 2, I see 2 hands. You can raise your hands. 3. Very good. I can see commitment. Wonderful. So can we go ahead with so we have just noted the amount of people, the number of people who are interested in 6 months for this interim office to be here for 6 months. How many of us will be interested for 1 year with a show of hands? Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 4, 1 year, 4, 5, 6. Okay, so 4 for 1 year from the people who are attending, and online is 1 person who is saying for 1 year. Yes, that looks quite right, about right. And what about 3 months? Anybody who's interested in for interim office for 3 months? I don't see any. Okay. So we have our winner of, we have all agreed by way of show of hands, majority agree that we have this interim office for a year of 6 months. Are we ready? We're correct? Are we together? Okay, that is the majority. The number was 17. Okay. So can we have the positions that are available? Number 1 is the chairperson, and then the vice chair. Number 2 is secretary, vice secretary, treasurer, vice treasurer, legal representative, and then number 5, the cohort representative. My suggestion is, humble suggestion, we start from number 5, the cohort representative. Therefore, who do we have as our representatives? Who is interested to the current cohort? Yes. So out of our everybody who's present here, physically and online, can we have some interested names from people who would be interested to stand for the cohorts? So do we have anyone? We had 12 cohorts. We have 12 cohorts. So How do we know? Okay, right. Who is a representative from the first cohort? Can anybody who is present here physically? And do we all know which cohort we belong to? That is the question, because I was not aware of quite.
No, please.
Yes. Madam Daisy, our question was that we did not know, some of us, like I did not know which cohort I belonged to. Evio. Okay. Aha. So, because I was in April 2023. Okay, so January 2023 was the first one. February, March, April, Evio. So this is January 2023. No. Number one. So do we have anybody from January 2023 online or here physically? If we don't, we'll have to leave it blank. Daisy, what will we do? Leave it blank. Huh? Number two, anybody here from February 2023 or online? Number three, anybody from March 2023 and online? Madam, please state your name. Catherine Kariuki. Miss Catherine Kariuki, can you register her in March 2023? You're also in March. So one of you, can you, yeah, just put it. Yeah. So what we're doing right now, if we have more than one person who is attending for any one cohort, we are writing down their names, and then you will decide amongst yourselves who is going to represent that cohort. Is that in order? Yes? Can I see by a show of hands if that is okay? Everyone? I know it's tiring and I know we're hungry. Let's wake up. Come on. We're at the beginning of a very interesting era. Okay? And we're pioneers of that era. So let's keep up the spirit. Number four. Cohort number four, which is April 2023. I was there. When our advocate was there. Anybody from Kathleen? Kathleen, you raised your hand. Okay.
Yes, April.
All right. So Kathleen KK. Please state your name, 2023, April 2023, my
April
dear.
2023.
Miss Seble-Wengel. I remember this name was so difficult for us to remember, but we're together. Okay. Miss Seble-Wengel, let me show you how it is spelled so you don't make a mistake. And we had our advocate, Advocate Anthony Mwangi. And who else did we have? Online, we have Kathleen KK. Okay. Number five, the 5th April, May 2023, cohort, May 2023. Anybody available? Otherwise, we shall record a nil. June 2023. None. July 2023. None from the internet. None from here. August 2023. Yes, sir. Please, what's your name? Sorry? Mr. Irwin. 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 What's Mukonywele. Is that how you say? I just learned in our practice, it's good to learn how to pronounce somebody's name correctly. A matter of respect. Cindy, so I do apologize if I'm pronouncing it wrongly.
I win.
Mr. Irwin.
Yes.
Mukonyole.
Mukonyole, yeah.
Wonderful. So he's for which? July, yeah? August. September 2023, Madam's name is Madam Bether Bukach. October 2023,
Claire, June 2023.
what's your last name, please?
Gatheru, Gatheru.
So October 2023, please.
And Babu, October 2023.
And Babu, October 2023. Thank you. November 20. Pamela 2023. Please state your name, madam. Let her give her name.
I'm Jane. Jane Jerry.
Jane Jerry, October 23. Salome, Madam Salome. What's your last name? Madam
Emmanuel,
Salome, of
October.
course. And Mr. Emmanuel. Mr. Emmanuel who?
Emmanuel Were.
Thank you, please.
Mtunji, October.
Mr. Mtunji Samuel.
Mtunji Samuel, October.
For October 2023.
Yes.
Anybody else for October 2023? Okay, we move on. Number 11, November 2023.
Millicent.
Millicent, Madam Millicent.
Wangali.
Millicent
November
Wangali.
2020.
Okay, December 2023. Anyone from December 2023?
Connie.
Thank you. Connie.
Connie
what's-
Ogot.
Connie Ogot. December 2023. January 2023, please. January 2024, please. So you need to write these names. Mr. Mahinya William. Mr. Festus Mutuku. Madam Waringa Rosila. Mr. James
Gishanga.
Gishanga.
Yeah.
Okay. Are we missing out anybody? How many do we have for January 2024? Anybody online for January 2024? Okay. Can we move on to February 2024? Yes, ma'am. Please state your name. Christine who, please? Mujemberi. Mujembe. Your Madam Margaret Gatambie for February 2024? Okay. So we're writing all the names down. We have to, because then out of you guys will then choose your representative. Okay. So please state your name, please. Esther Muiti for February 2024. Esther Muiti, Miss Esther Muiti. And Fresia Langat, Miss Fresia Langat. Basra Ali. Anybody else? Yes, ma'am. Miss Teresia who? Gasha? Gachao. Miss Teresia Gachao. Let's put Achi in 2020. In which one? June 2023. Achi. So those are our cohorts that we have. We have grouped them. I want to I want to hope that you have identified yourselves and you will identify representative amongst yourselves to represent the interim officer for the next.
Excuse me, please.
Please go ahead.
Excuse me. Please put me under November. I know we graduated in December, but we started in November. So it's November Kahoot. Sorry.
I think this is Connie Ogot needs to be moved to November.
Yes. Yes.
So we don't have somebody representing the month of May and July. What should we do about that? We don't have any representatives for these 2 months. Well, we'll get to that then. I suppose as we find our representatives, we'll come to that. So let's move on now. I hope we're all okay. My fellow colleagues, we've reached a very good place. Our fourth one is our legal representative for our very able interim office. Can I take the liberty of suggesting our Wakili present here to be our able representative of our interim office while we are getting our house in order. Wakili, while you were away, we elected you to be our legal representative. I hope you agree, please. Interim. I know you're a very busy person, but we are according you a lot of responsibility on your shoulders. Yes? Otherwise, people like me will be going everywhere willy-nilly, wearing very colorful looking badges, and then we'll be caught on the wrong side of the law. We don't want to. All right, the next one, our treasurer. We need a treasurer and we need a vice treasurer. Even if it's only for a short time, we need to be safe. So treasurer, who can raise your hand for a treasurer or vice treasurer? 2 people. And my suggestion is, if we are doing for these 2 positions, we have 1 male and 1 female. So we have gender balance. So kwa hii position ya treasurer, watu mtu tuonge. Hii maneno ya pesa ni maneno ya high risk. So mujue ni inakuja na responsibility. Ndio.
We have a banker in the house.
You
We
have
a banker in the house. We have a banker in the house.
Yes. Our banker, has she gone for lunch or is she around? I think her bag is there. You want to put that as, I don't know where she is right now. It would be nice to have her as a leading, or can we come back to that? If we don't, can we come back to the treasurer? If you don't mind, because I really would want her to be here. Secretary. So we have position of secretary and vice secretary. Honorable General Secretary. Me, I know secretaries in associations like calling themselves honorable secretaries. So we have Honorable Vice Secretary and our Honorable General Secretary. Can we have 2 volunteers, please? Male and female.
There was
Yes,
that one lady who was going to catch a flight. That one who was going to catch a flight. She said
Madam Achi.
Yes.
All right. Can we have all agreed that Madam Achi is going to be our secretary? Are we agreeing? Andikapa. All agreed. Vice secretary to vice secretary, we need a gentleman. Mr. Festus, can you be the vice secretary, please? Wonderful, Andika. Okay, now we come to the important 2 positions for chair and vice chair. Where do we start from? Vice Chair? Yes? Madam, how we have seen that you carry some very nice qualities of being a leader. And since you look like the perfect Kenyan face, can we accord you with this position of chairperson? Yes? Everybody clap. I don't see any resistance. That's the best way to go. Haya, Vice Chair, who is going to be able to assist? We can't
Yes,
have two
sir.
females on
I
the same.
suggest you-
Let's
Oh.
have a gentleman for gender balance. Yes? Yes, let's have Mr. James here for gender balance, okay? Thank you very much. Congratulations. Yes. Right. Now, our dear Mr. Leakey would be happy to know that we have chosen amongst ourselves as he's going to get. Yes, the treasurer position we have still not completed because our banker has been away. Is there a deputy bank, a vice for the treasurer? We have one person. To be the treasurer. You think okay, I will, with all respect, I will interimly take care of the money. Thank you for according me with the blessings and confidence. Okay, chair we have decided is Madam Basra. Okay, vice chair is Mr. James. Mr. Leakey, and you'll be happy to know that we have gone through the whole process. You have a full team in place. Yes, we have a full team in place, and I want to read to you the names. So, and our very able young gentleman here, yes, Mohammed has been making the notes, and he's just going to read them out for you. Okay?
Okay, hello everyone. Hello everyone. Hello. Why are you all angry? Because you are hungry. So we as officials from IEBC, I being the deputy Chepukati and she's Chepukati, we have done the process to be very much democratic. We have not left out any person. So yes, we have left one. Madam Helen, we are waiting for you to be our treasurer since you are a banker. Yes. Yeah, we were just waiting for your consent to say yes.
They chose me as a treasurer because while she was away. But I'm happy to give her the position
no
if she
problem.
wishes.
No problem. So, so this is how it's going to be. Since I'm the final decision maker, they will all help each other. I think we agree because we also need a vice.
Treasurer is one. Let her be the treasurer.
The treasurer is one.
Okay, thank you. Okay, okay. Now these are the positions, and if you hear your name, you just stand. We have the cohort representatives. January, we have Mohammed Aden, who is not with us. February, we have Sulekha. Just stand very quick. March, and there are some months whereby we have a lot of representatives here. So I will just pick one person. March, we have Pauline. Where is Pauline? She's not here. So Catherine, you stand. And April 2023, we have Sony, who is here with me. Right. You stand. Yeah. Because April 2023, we have learned friend who is already the legal representative, Sony, who is the treasurer. So you will be the cohort representative. You just stand. May 2023, we don't have any person there. June, we have Gaberu. I'm sorry if I've pronounced the name wrongly. July, we don't have any person. August, we have Iwin. September, we have Madam Kokach. You stand. October, we have Ann Babu. You just raise your hand. Ann Babu. Ann Babu. Yes, very good. November 2023, we have Millicent. Millicent. Millicent, raise your hand. Millicent. And December, we have Connie. Connie, we have placed you in December and you will have to allow, just raise your hand. Then January, we have
We
Madam
didn't have
Judy.
any class in December. We didn't have any class in December.
Yeah. We have seen it, and through consultation, we have made you to be December cohort representatives.
Okay,
January, we
okay.
have Madam Judy. And February, since we have a lot of female gender, we have decided to make Ben Mwangi to be the cohort representative. You stand. So those are the cohort representatives. Stand up. All of you stand up. So let's clap for them. And this is the way we clap for them. We start from 3 going down. Okay? So let's start. 3. 1, 2, 3. Thank you so much. Those are the cohort representatives. Sasa wacha niingie kwa ligi kubwa. Now we have the legal representative, Bwana Wakili, learned friend. Just stand. We have the treasurer, Honorable Soni. You stand up here. Simameni hapa. Learned friend, you stand in front. We have the general secretary, Madam Achi Waziri, who is not with us. We have her vice, Festus, stand up here. Then we have Madam Chair, Madam Basra Ali, who is the chair, and her vice, who is Mr. James. You all stand here. You all stand. You all stand straight.
So we're all up here. Ladies and gentlemen of this gathering, we have just concluded a very interesting event. We have come together, and Wanaliki, our director.
Before that, I am now the Chipokati. You are part of this. So put the mic here and join the team. I'm the Chepokati. I'm the Chepokati. I'm the one to make the final remarks on this. So all line up. Let's now clap for them, starting from 5, going kwenda chini. Haya, 1, 2, 3, go. 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 1. And after that one, now you will have an opportunity to take a picture with Madam Daisy, Dr. Alice, and the director here. With the camera, with the official camera, not your phones. Yeah. And you should smile. If you don't smile, you are not in the picture. Ameniambia mimi pia nitoke. Chepukati lazima aingie. You clap for us, please. So thank you so much, and we have done it. Thank you. So now we can give it to Mr.
Ladies and gentlemen, colleagues, Wana director, my seniors, my friends, Here we have it, our alumni association, which we're calling, we don't have a name right now. Shall we leave that to another time to decide, or we decide right now in 30 seconds? Shall
We
we
are calling
decide?
it Mediation Association of Kenya.
Mediation?
Association of Kenya.
It's an alumni, so we cannot make it an
Mediation Association. Okay.
Peace
okay.
and Mediation Alumni. Peace and Mediation Alumni. But okay, so this is the Peace and Mediation Alumni Interim Committee of Peace and Mediation Alumni that has been formed today. And with this, we are now going to be guided on how we're going to move forward. Madam Chair, I believe we will also seek your guidance on how we're going to move on from here as we progress. With that, I myself, Sonia, I'm extremely humbled for your confidence, and I commit to this very great fellowship and taking mediation into greater lengths. Thank you very much.
I want to thank Sonia for first accepting to be our official IEBC person, because she gave us the direction from the onset. Thank you very much and congratulations. Okay, thank you very much. I think I'm really humbled. When we were having a small caucus for our small group there, when I just sat down, they say, "You are our next chair for this alumni." And I said, "No, for the class first." And they said, "Okay, we thought we were electing you for the bigger one." Actually, sometimes they say good words, because those words are, maybe the sky is open. So thank you very much, my class, for having all the confidence in me. I think Mohammed forgot to mention the last babies of this class. And our class representative is Christine. So Christine, you can stand so that the rest of the members can see.
I did mention.
Oh, you did?
And we mentioned, as the electorate, we selected Ben Mwangi.
Okay.
I don't know.
Ben is in which class? Is he using our class online, huh? Okay. Okay. Thanks, Christine. The class representative. Okay.
Not class,
Thank
but
you.
cohort
The
representative.
cohort representative. Thank you, Mohammed, for that correction. Because we were electing another person there, because we were in the physical class, we had not seen Ben. Ben, thank you and congratulations, yeah? Okay, great. So let's leave it at that. I just want to take a lot of, to wish all the very best to the people who have been elected here. I think it is a God-given opportunity that today, as the country goes through the process of mediation, that you have been among the first people to be put on to wear the big shoes. I'm sure it is a big shoe. And thank you, Judy. Yes, because we were debating about whether to have a 3 months interim or the 1 year, and which one is. So we got a middle level ground, and I want to thank Judy for bringing out that, so that if we find that it is fit for the officials to continue, and if they find that it is fit for them to do the work, they can continue for the next year. Otherwise, we can pass the baton to the next group. But I think there will be a lot of openings for all of us. I don't want to take a lot of time, but to congratulate the Africa Meditation Center for actually bringing us on board. Yesterday, I was sharing with one of our trainers that for me, at a personal level, actually, what I picked from the mediation class was more of assertiveness. Because sometimes I could go to a forum and people say, "You are our chair." And I say, "No, I am not." Because I don't really, but from the classes that we did on conflict resolution, on management, I was actually willing today to come on board, because I thought there was something that I could do and to support the rest of the team members. And from that, the rest of the people thought that they would want me to take me as their chair. So without much ado, I think for today, there is a big opening here where we can actually learn from the best counties or the best regions, Maybe we can even come in as an alumni and say this time round, we want to see what is being done in Bomet because they are the best, like the best case scenario in this particular session. And then we can also look at the cases where we know there are so many cases, but they never even go to court. They never have a mediation. So what can we do for our country? And the starting point would be the alumni that we have. We have seen that even some of the classes are not represented. Yesterday, we were having a short discussion with a few of my colleagues, and people are saying instead of the mediation center having every month a course, can we do it 4 times in a year so that it is more impactful, so that we have even up to 60 people coming in the same class, sharing experiences and all that. So those are things that we can pass over to the rest of the group. We can agree what is our contributions, because I'm sure now we don't have any support at the moment, but we can start with our own contribution and then the rest of the support can come in as we move forward. I want to wish you all the very best. And before we close the session and give it back to the director, I want to ask maybe if we have any comments or any questions so that we can take a few of them, because we also have a lunch to do. And from there, I would really want us to learn lessons from professionals associations that are not purely for one group, because we have seen what is happening in the country. Sometimes people just take a matter to the court so that it can take all the time that you'll want to. As mediators, what can we do to bring out the best in our country? Because we have a very beautiful country. Sometimes you go to this place, I'm like, are you Somali? Are you Ethiopian? I say, no, I'm Kenyan. Oh, actually, Kenya, you have a different people who look like you. And I'm like, oh. So we have a very beautiful country. Many people would want to come to this country. But sometimes as Kenyans, we don't appreciate our country because there are few things that make us really run away from each other. But I'm sure with the devolution, with the mediation that is coming in, we will all want to go back to the national unity. We have created the devolution, but there's a lot of issues with devolution. People are feeling in the next 10 or 20 years, everybody will be in their small cocoon and nobody will have a national figure. So mediation is one of the areas where we really want to come in, maybe as educationists, as lawyers, and see what is the best way forward. I don't want to open a lecture. You know, by training, I am a teacher. So I don't want to open a lecture room here. Let me go straight to the people who have a comment, and then we pick it up from there. Yes, madam.
My name is Zuleka Aden. I asked to replace because I'll not be available for February 2023. Can you replace me, kindly? Yeah.
Zuleka. So who is with Zuleka in the same class here? Anyone? You don't have. So actually we give you the opportunity to kindly collect your colleagues together, if it is possible. And then from there now, among yourselves, you work on something. Can we give a clap to Zuleka? Okay. Any other comment? Yes, Sonia.
Madam Chair, I will just like to request that everybody, anyone who has been chosen for a position, that they leave a number with you so that you can create a WhatsApp group for ease of communication.
Thank you very much. I think the other request I would want to do to Madam Daisy and the entire team is to actually continue supporting us in terms of communication and all that until we get a footing instead in the next 1 or 2 months. So if we have a communication team, I think we have Omwala doing a great job. He has been even instrumental in getting some of us on board. And then the other suggestions we have, maybe we will have the first meeting with the rest of the team members, whether it is virtual. I will collect all your numbers and then we can agree whether it's virtual or physical within the course of the shortest time possible on what we have agreed on. Are we together? So Mola, in the meantime, you can give a document that can go around. We collect all our numbers and then now we open the bigger alumni page. Yeah. I am sure many people will join. Once they know that it is not only their cohort, but it's other people, they will definitely do that. So asante sana. Before I close for the session, we have the books from Fanyamambo. And there's a clap that we did yesterday, and we want to do that for the Africa Mediation Center for bringing us together, because we will not have gotten an opportunity. I will not have gotten an opportunity to sit next to Mohammed and my other colleagues who are there. So we just want to give a very big clap to the center for actually coming up with this idea. It may look very small, but for many of us, it's an opportunity to network and to meet new people. because not all of us can call Madam Daisy at the same time. Are we together? Yeah, so we will do a very heavy clap for them. And then now we close with a word of prayer and then go for our lunch. Are we together? So I want. Online, I hope you're still there. Thank you, Samuel. Thank you, Samuel. And
Yes, we are.
okay. Okay, so we can join. You can join in the clap as well.
Okay.
Let's start. One. We start with the. We said with the right foot and then the left, and then our hands, and then we pass it over. Okay. Moja. Mbili. Tatu. Mwisho. Thank you. And the next one, we do it for Mwalimu Gigandi, Dr. Gikandi. Okay, 1, 2, hands, pass over. Thank you. Mwalimu, yeah, by the way, that's right. Very good. So thank you very much, team. 1 year, 6 months. So I think the consensus was 6 months. Is that all? Good. Thank you very much for kindly, I appreciate that you have all the trust in this process, and we look forward as a team to move forward this and actually be the pioneers. So before I'll give Madam Daisy to say a few words and then invite the director to close.
But Daktari, we've not heard your voice. I think it is important to see Daktari. Let's kuja hapa mbele, hata wamekumiss. Na mnaona daktari amevaa dress smart? Ama hata mjaona? Karibu sana mama. You know she's our great mentor. And with mentors around, you have to first listen to what the mentor says.
Thank you, Madam Daisy. How are you? Okay. Yeah, I thought I spoke, but she says I've not spoken. It gives me a lot of pleasure just to see you here, the things we've done today, having worked with us all the way from January to now. Actually, it's a very nice thing. I'm so happy. Though I came a bit late, it's because I was held up somewhere in another meeting. But generally, I'm so excited. I'm very happy. We just started the journey, and I'm telling you, we are going to go places. I can see the enthusiasm in all of us. And with that, I believe we are going to go very far. Those that have not joined us, I believe they will hear the word, and definitely they will really want to be with us. It's only that maybe today they were held up somewhere, but I believe they're also going to come with us on board so that we can see those greater heights of prosperity. And together we can make it. Together we shall get there. Otherwise, mine is to wish you the very, very best, even as you go back to your various destinations. May God keep you until you meet again. And I know we are going to bump into one another, one way or another. Otherwise, we are together in this journey. Asanteni sana.
Wewe, hiyo ni anja. Unajua ile yenye inakuja tu bora imekuja. Appreciate daktari. Very good. Mine is to say congratulations for the team that has been, you know, that is like a voluntary job. And let me tell you, you're going places. It starts with the first step, and it starts with believing that we can do great things. So let us start with ourselves, that we are going far and we are truly going far. And then I would say, let one reach one. Let one reach one. Right now we are very few, but it is possible that we can reach out to the others who are not here today. And we'll be able to move together in one accord. To our director, thank you for coming up with such a wonderful initiative. I would say we have the best boss. By the way, sisi tunaringanga na mdosi wetu. Let's appreciate him. He's young, but his ideas. You know, there are meetings when even I go, I'm asked, where is the director? You know, because there are serious forums where we can be able to discuss matters pertaining mediation. And another very important thing is that as a mediator, do not work alone. It is not a one-man show. If you think you will do it alone, then we are sorry. When you work together as a team, there's unity and unity of purpose. So you'll find yourself winning because you're helping each other in terms of growth. I think I've mentioned severally that the road of personal development is always under construction. Meaning, at every point, there's something new that you're learning. At every point, there's something new. So when we work together like that, we'll be able to achieve a lot. So thank you so much for turning up. Thank you for taking up the leadership positions. And definitely we are going to work together to make ourselves greater every point. My phone number for those who do not have is 0723. You know, I post in our walls almost every day. Paka naona nimekuwa kimbelembele. Lakini nasema kimbelembele kwa uzuri. Hallelujah. 0723 057 463. I'm a great ambassador of mediation. And as I stand here, I'm an internationally accredited mediator. Clap for Cherono. Yes. Internationally accredited. So very soon, we will also need you people to come and fit that shoe of being a trainer in Kenya as we also go international. Lama namna gani? I'm not going to be with Peace and Mediation Africa forever. See, I will also grow wings and also go. So we need people who are going to also be part and parcel of the training team. So 23057 463. And for those who like Airtel, 0780 29 39 09. And I'll tell you, karibuni Bomet. Mimi huwa ninaringa na Bomet. Kwa sababu Bomet is a small local. But the things they are doing is great. Yesterday I was given a recognition at Women in ADR Forum. And I was like, okay. They say Daisy comes from Bomet. And Bomet is the leading in terms of settling disputes. So I felt great. So it is doable, it is workable, ni wewe ujitume. Thank you, online team. Thank you for joining us. And next time, try and come physical. There's more joy and fun being physical. Ama namna gani? Ukikuwa huko tunakuona tu hivi, tunakuona Connie, tunaona Anne. I wish you would meet face to face. I can see Wangare. So next time, make it, I can see Sam. You know, there's more fun in connecting. Please come. And I want to believe from the interim group that have been selected, you'll also organize meetings for us. We will come. We are going to build a community that is going to stick together as we do great things in our country. So thank you so much. May you be blessed. Blessed, blessed, blessed. Amen. I now want to invite our director. Apologies from our two other trainers. One is Bishop Maderi. He was the lead trainer the entire week. So he could not manage. Unajua kanisa pia na umekuwa hapa the entire week. So he gave his sincere apologies that he's going to be busy today organizing himself for tomorrow for the mission work. For Madam Wairobi, she lost her lovely sister. And she was going home today. And I would say, just in case you're touched, you know, sometimes we say, ukiguzwa, tafadhali fanya jambo. As Mediation Africa, our team was touched and we were able to send her something to tell her sorry for the loss. So just in case you feel in your heart, you can be able to do that. And it is not by force. You can just send her something, mwambie pole, because she lost the sister. And imagine she was able to train. Alimanage kusimama, lakini leo akaniambia Cherono, acha niende tu organize mambo ya mazishi. The funeral will be Tuesday. Being together for each other is also very fantastic. So if you, in case you feel touched, unaweza tuma hata kamia mbili, kamia ngapi, unamwambia pole for the loss. 0721, that is Madam Wairobi's number, 21 99 10. And for the team of Mediation Africa, thank you. I've received your contribution. Asante sana. May God bless and expand you. So 0721 21 99 10. I know she'll be more than happy. Hata akipata tu kitu ya kumwambia hiyo ongezea mahali, hiyo wacha ikue ya something ya kusaidia family ya your sister, she'll be happy. May God bless you and thank you so much. Now let's invite our director. Director hatuwezi mkaribisha tu hivi. Director, unajua wewe ni wa maana sana. Hallelujah. Situmpe kikamba claps. Nataka kuona kama bado mnakumbuka hiyo kamba claps ama mulienda mkiendanga naye. Kusia. Aki mlisahau. At least kuna mmoja bado anakumbuka. Fantastic. Kusia inge. Fantastic. Kusia muno. Ikia mala. Maglini. Awe mlisahau. Maglini. Maledi. Mayelo. Mapapo. Mambulu. Valuchia. Na yenu, kabla director aongee na yenu. Hiyo yenu hamtajipea Kusia. Wewe umefanya vizuri. Kuweza kufika hapa na kukaa hapa. Unajua nilikuwa naangalia time and I'm like, masaa zinasema. So hapa unajiambia nimefanya vizuri sana. Asante, na unajiringia kidogo. Haya tuende kazi. Ringa kidogo. You know, the way you just feel sweet. Umekaa chini. Kuna mwingine anajifanyia na wivu na ni yake. How now? You know wivu inakuanga kwa ya wengine. But when it is yours, you have to do self-love and just feel nice. You are here, you've sacrificed your time, it's Saturday. Haya, tuende kazi. Unaongeza mmesahau slogan. Hata online hatujawasikia. Sam, jirembeshe kidogo. Fanya kidogo Sam. Emmanuel Were, umekuwa ukinipigia simu, tutafutane kando ya tent. Haya, twende kazi. Nimefanya vizuri. Wewe, Wagare. Thank you so much and God bless you. Karibu Dale.
Asante sana. I will not take so much any more of your time. All I pray is that I want to congratulate the team that is there. Si sasa simenipatia ruhusa to step away. Can I go back to being a limited company? Si ndio? It is you now. This is a new baby that is chairman. Unanikubalia? Umenipatia ruhusa? I want to step back and go back to making money, but I'll support you and your office. I would really appreciate and be glad if now I pull back. I believe that this is a big baby and it can go places. Sindio hivyo? Yes, you're blessed. I think the only thing we're left to do is pray for this so we can dedicate it to God and tell God, you take charge. Surprise us, show us what you can do with this thing. Sindio? Right? Yeah, so we just surrender it to God and say, from this point to endele. So without further ado, I'd like to ask for prayer. I don't know who will volunteer to prayer. I'd propose one from the Muslim community and another one from the Sonia, you're Muslim. Are you Muslim? Do you pray? Or you can take us to your...
Very interestingly,
yes,
Mr. Director, yesterday I was at a mediation where they asked me to close in my language.
Yes.
So I'm humbled when I'm asked to pray in my language. But I don't mind praying in any language. It's a universal
All right,
language.
so let's have two prayers, one from you, a Muslim and a Christian. Yes? Yes? Good. Christian. So,
okay, then I'm just going to say a few words of prayer in my language. If that's okay, let's just all bow our heads in prayer like we normally do. Ik onkar satnam karta purakh nirbhav nirvair akal murut ajuni saibang gur prasad jap आज सच जुगाद सच है भी सच नानक होसी भी सच है मेरे सच्चे पिता वाहिगुरु आज एस मीडिएशन ਦੇ ਸਟੇਕਹੋਲਡਰ ਦੀ ਮੀਟਿੰਗ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਅਸੀਂ ਆਪਣੇ ਇੰਟਰਮ ਇੰਡੀਵਿਜੂਅਲਸ ਚੁਣੇ ਹਨ ਸਾਡੇ ਸਿਰ ਦੇ ਉੱਪਰ ਕਿਰਪਾ ਕਰਨਾ ਸਾਡੀ ਰੱਖਿਆ ਕਰਨਾ ਤੇ ਸਾਡੇ ਮੁਲਕ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਪੀਸ ਰਵੇ ਹਮੇਸ਼ਾ ਤੇ ਅਸੀਂ ਸਾਡੇ ਮੁਲਕ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਪੀਸ ਲਿਆਈਏ ਵਾਹਿਗੁਰੂ ਜੀ ਕਾ ਖਾਲਸਾ ਵਾਹਿਗੁਰੂ ਜੀ ਕੀ ਫਤਿਹ ਥੈਂਕ ਯੂ
بسم الله الحمد لله رب العالمين الرحمن الرحيم مالك يوم الدين إياك نعبد وإياك نستعين اهدنا الصراط المستقيم صراط الذين أنعمت عليهم غير المغضوب عليهم ولا الضالين آمين
Father, in the mighty name of Jesus, we come before your throne of glory to lift up your name, to thank you for the opportunity and the gift of each one here, Father. We are here for mediation, and it is you that will give us the grace to do it successfully. You are the first mediator, and we believe if we follow your footsteps, we'll be able to satisfy and fulfill the needs of many people outside there that are in need of mediation and peace. Jehovah, I entrust all the trainers into your hands and also the mediators that have been made in this institution, that we will be able to hold our hands together until we are able to satisfactorily fulfill the purpose of this mission. I also entrust you, grant journey mercies to those who are traveling to their destination. May you bless our families and bless everyone else that is in this journey. I pray and ask all this in Jesus' name.
Did you agree on the next meeting? Look, not yet. That is with the committee. All right. Yes. Madam Chair and the committee will decide on the next meeting where to meet and how much to, all those details. We leave them to you. Asante sana. So we could go and have our lunch.
Director.
Yes.
One word before you close. I think we have agreed that Mola will help us to put all the alumni in one WhatsApp group, and then the committee will meet as soon as possible. I think we'll just agree after lunch on what is the next steps, and then we'll communicate that.
So are we all going to be in the same group? All of us? Am I just the ones that are here?
We'll try and make sure that the alumni group, anybody
All-
who graduated from
All of them?
all of them.
Okay, sawa. All right, yes, we will do that and then we can communicate for those who will be interested to join that group. Sawa, sasa najua matumbo inauma. Please, can we go and feed our relevant others? Asante sana and God bless you.